Come in my ass hard, daddy.
And demonetized. Very good. I wonder how much of that came through. Maybe it was just ours, Daddy. I don't know. But we'll probably be in the re-upload. So good times.
There's your bonus.
There's your bonus.
Yeah.
Oh, hello, Chad. Hello.
Hey, chat.
Apparently James was there first and deserves a cookie. Well, I would give you one, but you're kind of far away. But yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah. How's your drone delivery down there?
Non-existent.
Well, we'll have to work around that.
Using the postal service? Ew!
Ugh.
The Amazon Black Friday sale goes on. I don't actually need anything. The only thing I needed, I already got. Isn't that crazy? I'm
Yeah.
shitting. Hello. Hey! I hope you have a good shite.
Yeah, I've gotten surprisingly a lot out of this Black Friday sale. I got some supplements, I got some gym flooring for my exercise room, and I got a
Wow.
couple of t-shirts, like really nice ones.
Oh, look at you. I bought a new webcam for my stream because mine is 10 years old and 720p. So, and it was on sale
And
for
it is still
50
better
for
than my
50%. So, I just got one with 1080p stuff. So, hooray for me.
Yeah, apparently there's one out there that's DSLR quality now. Like that exists. That's pretty wild for a webcam.
Yeah, there's some
Weapon webcam.
good stuff there. Also, yeah, I guess it's thanks fleeming for the American peeps out there. I hope you all have the thanks of and giving stuff that people like give money to people or something. I don't know. I don't know how it works. Or something with turkey. Listen,
Yeah, you
listen.
know,
If I want turkey, I
yeah,
just get some at the store and make it. You know, I don't need a day for that.
I think it's the day where the Americans, they start getting skinny again, so they need to like do a big bulk to keep their obesity levels high. Is that how it works?
I think so.
Okay, cool.
Actually, I'm pretty jealous because that food looks fucking amazing, and I want to have Thanksgiving dinner someday because that looks like food I would absolutely devour.
Do Americans get really shocked when you say that you've never had Thanksgiving dinner? Because I've had a few.
I mean, I guess it depends on their IQ. I don't know. You never had one? It's like, no, I live in another country, you fucking moron.
Different cultures, it doesn't quite penetrate, it's not quite as ubiquitous. Like Halloween only just became ubiquitous here, and like that was like a 2-decade cycle of American indoctrination.
Yeah. Absolutely. Oh, good stuff. Yeah, I'm currently living in the pre-Ragnarok world. I'm not happy about it. Because I wasn't ready to move on. I 100%ed that game on stream. 71 hours of goodness. I'm sad it's over, but that's just my life now. I already want to forget all about it again and just replay it and have the experience once more.
I'm just trying to figure out how I'm going to afford a PS5 because I want to play it too, but I don't have hardware for it. I'm just crying a little bit because everyone says it's really good.
You should, man. That fucking game, dude. Jesus Christ, I cried on
I heard
stream.
you cried.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
That never happened with media before. Like people ask me, "Did you have one of those?" Like, I'm a bit choked up maybe, but with this one, hoo boy. Like right there at the end, just fucking punches you in the gut. Even though you think, hey, there was already some sad stuff in there. What could possibly happen? But yeah, I keep it on down low because you don't know about it, and if possible, I would like to keep it that way because it's much more effective if you don't know.
Yeah. I've been very good about avoiding spoilers. I still have to finish 20. I still need to finish God of War 4. Yeah, the 2018 one. Because not that I didn't stop playing it out of disinterest. I actually stopped playing it because I was. This was early. I've redrafted this script that I've written so many times at this point, but this was like during the really early phases, and I got inspired by the axe in that game to involve some axe combat in my script, and I took a lot of cues from the weaponry in that game when writing that. So you could say that I was so inspired by God of War 2018 that I never got around to finishing it.
Yeah, if you at some point get to play Ragnarok, replay 2018 at least.
Yes.
If you can, play 1, 2, and 3 as well, because it makes it even more effective all the way through. Like all the way through. If you have the context of 1, 2, and 3, just makes it even better.
Figure out how to stream all 3 games and do like a marathon or something, or all 4 games rather.
Yo, meme, love your Mr. Edge Guy song. Yes.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I like singing. It's cool. I would want to do more. I have ideas.
Ooh.
Cum shots and stuff.
Ah, I know those. Metal, it's even better in a Hispanic household. Standard American food with Mexican food or infused ingredients. God damn it. I had so much food today and now I just want to eat again just talking about it. Because for me it's not Thanksgiving. Today is Commander's birthday actually. She came around. Had some cake and stuff and pizza and kebab, and it's probably going to be a very gassy stream because I'm burping all day already. Because my body is not used to so many carbs in one day anymore. I was like burps, like, oh god. It was delicious though. But yeah.
Oh, I know that feeling. It's almost like when you haven't been eating healthy for a while, you can like go, oh yeah, this like large fast food meal with the large sizes and the things. Oh yeah, that'll just absorb. Yeah, that's fine. And then you start like getting back into, then you start eating like sensibly again, and then you have one as a treat, and it's like, why did I choose to put this in my body?
Yeah, both delicious. It just made me realize that the local fast food restaurants are just still the best. Because I just have one, I just walk like 3 minutes, and then I can just get a pizza and some kebab, and I come back home, it's still fresh, it's crispy, it's like, oh man, it's just so much better than the delivered stuff. So good.
Oh yeah,
it's so simple. It's just the simple stuff, just like with salami, a pizza with salami or pepperoni or whatever you prefer. And it's just like it's so simple and nice, and it's crispy and good stuff.
I think I recited on your stream that the best fried chicken I had was like in a small like rural town up in like the countryside, and they just had the I've been doing so much research into fried chicken since to try and figure out what the fuck they did.
Tell me your secrets.
God damn it.
Yeah. Yeah, I have a local chicken joint, but I still prefer KFC. I don't know, there's something about the KFC seasoning. I don't know, it just does it for me. I just really like it. Even if I order it and get it delivered here and it's not crispy anymore, just the season. I just really enjoy the seasoning of KFC. I don't know, something about it.
I'm usually the same. It's just this fried chicken. It was what was promised. It was what was promised.
Nice. When you're going home to Mubla to play bad horror games, I will be at the Welchoid's place. I'm gonna have my flight on the 27th of December.
Oh my goodness!
So right after Crimbus, I'm gonna make my way to Long Land. It's gonna be a good time. It's gonna be the bad horror games. Apparently we're going to be playing Gears of War. And as far as I know, that's going to be streamed. It's going to be good times. Translated from Metal, Thanksgiving is what happens when you're happy and have friends. See, I was hanging out with friends this weekend, and I was very drunk. You might have seen my tweet that I tweeted drunk, where I was feeling thankful, and then I passed out in my bed. It was great. This was like right before I passed out in my bed. It's like, I
think I liked that tweet.
You might have. It was like over 100 people. I don't know.
It was swarmed. I think.
Yeah.
Why is erection trending?
I don't know. I saw that in Germany. Thickmas is or thanks Thickmas or something is. Wait, what was it? It was a really fun tag that made me laugh. Thicksgiving or something. And if you click on it, it's exactly what you think it is. So there you go.
Yeah, it's always. I clicked on it and it's just the same picture, and I don't have context for why. What is? What is this? What? Is this a politician or something? I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah, hashtag Thanksgiving. See, it just made me laugh again. It's good stuff. In the USA, it's Thanksgiving. This means I'm munching on turkey legs, visiting family, and count the things in my life I'm thankful for. One of the things are Metal Forge videos. Oh, well, very well. Thank you very much. I hope you have a grand day. Do you have one of those double ear ASMR mics so you can fart in each of the ears? No, I don't.
But I can get really close to the microphone like this, and then we can go into the dream world. You're going to settle down tonight with the meme repository.
Oh, God.
On Metal Forge. There we go. There's your ASMR.
Yeah. Would love to see meme react to the more frustrating God of War Ragnarok fights. Oh, that's some of the super bosses I fought. I got some rage going on. It was great.
I got some rage going on when I fought Triptychon in War for Cybertron, because that boss, that's the ending boss fight. And, a lot of people in chat did not expect the ending to a Transformers game to be against a giant Godzilla monster, but I did. I did. And it still didn't help.
God dang.
God dang, indeed.
Flight, you should walk. You know what? I'll pass on that walk, you know what? I like to walk, but I think going all the way to Welshite Land, it's a bit long. No pun intended.
You could vlog.
I could just not do that.
True, but you could vlog.
I'll email you some gravy so you can experience Thanksgiving. Open your mouth, Commandant. Oh, no.
I'm just imagining just how funky that envelope would be. It's just dripping with like the once probably good goo, but now it's like the mailman's just like, oh, here you go.
Yeah. We have an amazing fried chicken place here, so I never really like KFC that much. Oh. Yeah, I mean, if you have one that's like really good, I can totally see KFC being just paling in comparison. Oh, God.
And ironically, for a place called Kentucky Fried Chicken, apparently the U.S. is their worst market for
really?
the last decade or so. Yeah, like it's apparently quite foul down there.
Oh. I want to make fun of Germany losing the first match in the World Cup, but Brazil has yet to even score against Serbia. I mean, you can make fun of the sports ball all you want, because I don't give a toss. Like, a monk messaged me, is like, what happened to Germany? I was like, what are you talking about? They just apparently they lost against Japan in the World Cup, which is weird. I guess, I don't know.
Yeah, whenever like sports talk comes up, it's like that's just eyes glaze over time for me.
It's like, yeah, sports ball. Woo. Of course you don't care. You lost the match against Japan.
1 second, just got to make sure there's not a disagreement going on in the other room.
KFC is garbage here in the US. Oh boy. Shirts and Popeyes, but they're in the ghetto, so going is risky. Oh no. Oh no. Want some proper sourdough bread stuffing with smoked linguica sausage? Lingucci. I don't know how you say that C with the weird dingus on the bottom. I don't know. So not ruined by being overcooked in the bird, but instead proper baked in the oven? Yeah, I bet you do. That sounds pretty good.
Okay, I'm back.
Hey, the only sports brutal cars are the ones in video games. I mean, I guess so. Best fast food here in the Midwest are the hundreds of Thai restaurants around. Cheap, quick, delicious. Fried shrimp camps will sap 3 years off of your life. Worth it. That sounds worth it. Is an S sound. Okay.
Yeah, well, Asian fried chicken joints are they are starting to gain a foothold in the market, aren't they?
Apparently so, yeah.
Yeah.
I heard about that match too. I don't even live in either of the countries. Couldn't care less, yeah. To be fair, a lot of dark horses are putting up one hell of a fight or even winning their matches against stronger opponents. This World Cup is insane. Huh. Well, I can't wait to not watch it. Right. Also, I guess I'm officially off of Twitch now.
Yeah.
I off-boarded from the affiliate program. You can't sub to me there anymore. It's done. I'm a YouTube boy now. I'm not strumbling over there anymore. It's done though. It's really funny because you have to do it with like a ticket. You have to open a ticket and then it's like, I want to do offboarding, blah, 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 blah. And they sent me an email. Yeah, but did you know we're just going to keep the money that's below $70? It's like, yeah, I know, but I just got money from you, so I don't give a shit. I didn't write it that way, but it's just like, yeah, I'm aware. Just go on ahead. And then I just checked my channel somewhere. It's like, oh, the sub button is gone. And they didn't give me a follow-up email where they were like, hey, yo, we're done with your request. They just sent me, hey, how did we do? Did we solve your issue? It's like, I mean, I guess, but didn't really tell me properly. I was like, I was kind of expecting another email. Like I checked my spam folder, and like maybe it's in there. It's like, nope. But yeah, we're done with Twitch. An era has come to an end. The Twitch coup is done. If you want to see me on Twitch, I'll probably just be randomly on Frongo's channel. And of course, when I do the Star Trek podcast with Jay, I'm going to that is live and recorded over on the Twitch. So yeah, there you go. Metal has stopped twitching. We can now grieve. You know, the titty streamer Twitch don't care about you. I know. Metal's no longer on the impression of the... right? Sorry?
Hey, Swalpool, you love Star Trek, right?
Metal is no longer under the oppression of the Durkin overlord. Oh, Deerkin. Oh, right. I remember that. Anything else, Commandant? Twitch after they put his monetization against the wall. Fuck Star Trek. How dare you? Star Trek is so fucking good.
Yeah.
Talk about Star Trek. You made me watch 2 episodes, and I thought one of them was really good, and the other one was kind of weird.
Yeah.
Metal could be a titty streamer. Shows those hairy mootle moobs. Well, it's no webcam here right now. I'm only here to manage bots. How much did YouTube pay you? Hey, this month Sony paid me for Ragnarok, right? That's, you know, did you hear that? That people in Maul's chat asked how much Sony paid them to shill for the game. That was funny.
I did not hear about that.
Yeah, I think it was even super chatted, which is funny. He just got more money by being asked if he got money. Fucking great. Fucking great. This is great. I can't wait to get to that position where people ask me if I get money by paying me money. That sounds fantastic. I have to catch up on that Star Trek stuff. Yeah, we finished season 1 all the way now, and we did a little tier list last night of the episodes, and that came out today as well. It's you can all find it on Jay's secondary channel. It's worth a watch. It was fun watching through it, and I think next week we're gonna start with season 2. Or Jay wanted to show me something else before that. I don't remember. It was almost 24 hours, so it's basically didn't happen anymore.
Yeah.
But yeah, there you go. I saw there was an Amaranth Leap stream today, 7.4k viewers. God is dead and we killed him. Metal is paid off by Big Cum. Hell yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Squints, damn mauloids. Oh, man. Well.
Well.
Let me see. Which one? I think I
have Errand of Mercy first in my notes.
Wait, let me check. Where did I... Oh, that's a Klingon one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, let's go with that one. I watched them the other way around, but it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I don't know if I put them... Did I put them that way because of... I think I might just put it that way because, like, because Klingons are more iconic than Romulans. So, like, you know, there's, like, the number 1 and then the number 2. as far as the iconography goes. That might have been why I ordered them that way.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter. I can just scroll down a bit, and then I'm with those nodes. Let's see. Let me get some visual fleams, I guess, here in the background.
Yeah.
No, not Balance of Terror. Errands of Methe. Click. Click. Oh, there you go. Just get rid of those subtitles so it doesn't fleam the schleams. And there we go. So, Errands of Mercy. This is the episode where Klingons appear for the very first time. Like, in general, visually, have they been mentioned before? You need to fill in the gaps.
I don't think so. I think they were just a freak of the week at this point.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they were just so popular thanks to this episode. And I think I know why. I think I've identified why they were so popular thanks to this episode, which I have in my notes, because there's one recurring element that I kept clicking with this episode.
Yeah.
And I think that is going to be that's the reason why they were like, hey, can you do the Klingons again? Hey, letters in the 1960s. We're going to write you letters, say, fucking give us more Klingons. I was like, fine, here's more.
Okay, here's more.
Gonna cancel the show or what?
So yeah, basically what happens in the beginning of the episode, there's some talks between Starfleet and Klingons, and it's like, hey, this is going kind of shite, so look out, there might be a surprise. Oh my god, a surprise attack! Ah! So yeah, they get shot by some Klingons, but they just blow them up instantly.
Yeah, there's some pacing weirdness in this episode. That's kind of one of them where it's like, oh yeah, we're at war with this empire. Wait, what? Oh god damn.
Yeah, because it's like, oh, here's a message, Captain. Oh, cool, thanks. Yeah, the meeting goes kind of bad. Expect a surprise attack. Go to Organia, and look out, they don't get the base, and they get instantly shot at.
So like, wow, your sense of timing is fucking impeccable.
Yeah. But yeah, they just shoot back. They kind of obliterate that one Klingon ship, apparently. It's like, yeah, we blew them up. And then you have like a little bit of bridge stuff. It's like, yeah, casualties lie, it's all good. Doesn't really matter, it's all whatever. And then the intro sequence starts. It's like, well, we're going to Organia. It's like, alrighty.
Yeah, I got a couple of notes for this lightning fast intro here.
Yeah, go ahead.
So firstly, Organia sounds like Leia's ancestral home world. Like, I just found that funny, considering it's like a full, I think more than a decade before Star Wars at this point. And they mentioned that Organia is a D- on the Richter scale of cultures. And I'm just like, wait, you're using the scale for earthquakes to measure cultures now?
That's actually a good point, yeah. I just kind of accept it's like, yeah, whatever. That's just techno-babble, Trekkie babble.
Yeah. I think I'd be more accepting if this scale of measuring cultures ever came up again. It just never does. This is just not even internally consistent. The next thing I spotted was we are now in funnies territory now. I got some screen grabs because when the ship is shook, I noticed what Sulu was doing in the background, and it made me giggle. And I feel like here's some screen grabs here. They might not be the best resolution because I just grabbed them straight out of the Word document, but that'll give you an idea of where to look.
Oh, but wait, was it? Second one, open original. What the hell is he doing? Hang on. I wasn't prepared for that image, so give me a second. Clickety clack.
That is a-okay. I can probably actually send you a slightly higher res version of that, actually.
Oh, fine. I think I got it. There we go. So look at that. I can just zoom in a little bit. Look at Zulu back here. He's going like, help! I don't know why he's holding his hand out like that. I don't know what's going on there. It looks kind of funny.
It's even better in motion because he stays in that pose as the ship is shaking. like his torso move, like his pelvis moves with the ship rocking, but his entire upper body just remains stiff.
Oh. Oh my, that's a bad time to be stiff, Zulu. Jeez.
Yeah, there's a reason. He's trying to hide. You're trying to not get it to like collide with the control panel. During a shakedown.
Oh god, he's using the gay to hold the ship together.
True. So according to George Takei, Sulu is straight, but we can pretend.
Okay.
We can pretend.
Not just gay, but the big gay. Oh my.
Yeah.
Oh my.
New site with hot girls. No, thank you.
Whoa.
I like my girls
cold.
Medium temperature.
Wait, hang on. No, that sounds like I killed them. I'll take that back. My lawyer advised me to take that back.
Sort of an out of context God of War Ragnarok meme like that, where it was there was like a D and another letter, but that wasn't N. That was like and then there was like Igor above it.
Oh, it's like D and B, and then my lawyer told me not to make that joke. I think I saw that like 10 minutes ago, actually.
Yeah, it was. I rewatched that for like 10 minutes straight, trying to figure out if there's meant to be like a meaning with the other two letters, and then I realized, oh wait, the N was probably meant to be Thor there. Okay.
Yeah. I've seen a bunch of God of War memes popping up now since Ragnarok came out. Not even for the Ragnarok, but just the other games as well. It's just,
yes.
It's more popularity. Oh yeah, I bought the collector's edition, by the way, after I finished the game for way too much money.
Ooh.
Yeah, it has a replica Mjolnir in it.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
And that is collector's edition stuff for you.
And because it was basically sold out immediately when the game was announced or something, I had to obviously buy it from a third party for like 100 more, of course.
Of course.
Is it as heavy as the real deal? So here's the problem. We don't know how heavy the real deal is because it's not real. So
True.
Maybe. That is a maybe. But I would say not because it's hard plastic. And I think it would be out of stone, this particular one. And I think if I would have gotten one of stone, you probably would have had to put another 0 at the end of that price tag. I just imagine you just get that package that's super heavy. It's like, oh shit. No, it's it looks pretty good though. I enjoy it. I can show it on my next Gorming stream or something.
Could you imagine if Mjolnir worked on like Looney Tunes logic, where you only let the hammer only drops once you're aware that you're holding it, so you can receive it in a box, but then you open the box and see it's Mjolnir, and suddenly it drops to the ground.
Like, oh shit. Oh my god.
Oh, and the Sulu one was not the only screenshot, by the way.
Oh my god.
Ahura also was doing some things.
Oh, let's see. Blah blah blah. So, yeah. So after the credits, they're already at Organia, and it's like, hey, we're now in orbit. Zulu, you have the bridge. If shit hits the fan and the Klingons arrive, you get the fuck out of here. You don't even worry about us, okay? You just get out. So it's like, okay. Because we're gonna go down there. Me and Spock, the captain and the first in command, and I don't really know why they went, if I'm being completely honest.
Yeah. Yeah, like I kind of like that it shows like a certain, like there's I'm of two minds on it, right? Because there's the part of me that's like, oh well, it shows that there's a huge Kirk is a character of integrity because he puts the priority of the crew and everything first by giving Sulu that order. But then there's the more like, then there's the larger scale part of me that's like, but he really should be up on the ship, right? Like, given the orders. And you probably shouldn't be going down. Like, I think TNG, they make a big... They were course correcting for that a little bit because, Riker doesn't let Picard go down on missions, even though he's just like, fucking let me go down. I'm itching for a fight. No, stay.
You stay.
Stay. Bad captain.
Ow! Riker, stop! You don't even have a beard yet. Stop it. Ah!
Did you know that Riker is the character that coined the term growing the beard?
Really?
In reference to a show that was a previously lesser quality, but then suddenly gets an upgrade later on. So you grow the beard. Because the show's quality to a lot of fans is directly in conjunction with Riker's facial hair status.
That's great. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's good stuff in TNG, because he in The Skin of Evil, Picard goes down is just an absolute Chad.
Yeah.
And he's like, well, I'm going down now because I want to go to these people. That's it. It's like, there's like no real reason to go down there by for him, just himself. And then the first officer as well. It's like, I don't know, it feels kind of weird.
Did you like how Tasha died by falling on her head?
Well, she didn't. Oh wait, it happens more. It happens in the Arsenal of Freedom as well, where Data just fucking throws her and she doesn't even care.
Yep.
It's so funny. It's like, look out, laser. But he doesn't say that. He just grabs her and throws her. It's really funny.
Yep.
It's really funny. Like, I was watching the episode, I was like, It's like, oh shit, Data, why did you just throw her? Give her a warning. God. This was really funny.
Jesus. But actually, that episode, Skin of Evil, it actually was a bit ahead of its time as far as getting the science of death right, because they say that her neurons are depolarizing, and then they found out like a few years ago, oh yeah, your neurons do depolarize when you start dying. Oh, cool. Oh yeah.
Well, that's fun. Yeah, I think you put Skin of Evil was probably, I think it was an S tier episode, one of the two.
Yeah.
I think so. I already forgot. It was like 24 hours ago, and I would need to check. I have a very bad brain, apparently.
Well, I'm gonna be curious to see that list, because you're so removed from like those larger conversations that like and narratives that fans have kind of accepted, that it's like it's kind of refreshing to see like that perspective from people who haven't like been like Jay in those conversations for decades.
Let me choose for the most part, because Jay has the context of the next of things that are still coming. Mm-hmm. So I just also just rated it on the season 1, and we also put the characters in tiers. So that was fun stuff.
Yeah. I'd be curious where Worf ranks over time.
Yeah, me too. I'm curious where people rank. I assume that it's just gonna get better to some degree. Better, not bad. Yeah. See. Anyway, so Spock and I almost said Picard, Kirk, beam down, and basically like in like a town in the seems like the Middle Ages. I mean, I'll put it on screen there. It's like, oh, well, they should probably be a bit surprised that just 2 people beamed down, but nobody really gives a shit. And they even point us like, man, seems like they almost expected us. It's like they've seen people beam down like every day, because nobody gives a shit. And then this other guy comes around that you see in the background, is like, hello, what's up? Hey, come along. And it's already like, okay, who the fuck are you guys?
nowadays, like, because they immediately go like, oh, it's weird that they didn't react to us beaming in. Like nowadays, that would just be like a lampshade to get away with some lazy writing. It's just like, hey, we're drawing attention to it. That makes it good, right? The old She-Hulk method. But with this episode, not so much. This might actually be on purpose. Oh, just gonna touch my nose here. And there's also they're looking at a castle in the distance, and there's a line from Kirk where he goes, "Yes, a fort, perhaps a castle." And the delivery of that line, something about it, just it's a bit Shatner, just a bit Shatner.
Okay,
tiny bit Shatner. Don't know really how much more to do. There's a few lines from Kirk in this episode that are a little bit Shatner, just a little bit, a little bit.
Yeah, so he's like, hey, can we talk to your superiors and stuff? It's like, well, we don't really have any authorities or superiors, but we have like a council thingy. You can go there. I was like, yeah, okay, cool. And then Spock is like, I'm gonna go around and study this place. I was like, alrighty. And then we see space goats. It's just normal goats, but they put green and blue on them. just look at it. It's so funny. It's just normal goats. It was like, let's put some green and blue on it. It's fine. Space goats. 10 out of 10. Oh, I had a laugh when I saw that earlier. I was like, really? Goats with green and blue on them? You didn't even put like, I don't know, a third horn or something? I don't know.
No, just green and blue. Ooh, the budget went elsewhere this episode.
Yeah. So yeah, Spock just goes around, has a look-see, and Kirk talks to the council. And he basically goes like, yo, those Klingons? No bueno. There's gonna be slave camps and shit, and they're gonna be bad, and they'll bend you over, and, well, you know. And they're just like, nah, it's fine. We don't really have anything. I think you are in danger, and you should probably fuck off to your ship and get out of here or something. That's a very short version of that conversation.
Yeah, I got a few notes for this part. Firstly, this is a primitive culture because they have hingy doors.
Hinge door.
They have to use a handle and it pushes and gross.
Disgusting.
Gross holy water on that.
They use wood for their tables. Puh.
They probably use bricks too.
Yeah.
Did you hear about that Star Wars theory? That he got mad at the Andor finale because there was a brick wall or something.
Andor happened. But no, I haven't. That does sound funny though. Why wouldn't there be bricks?
Yeah, I don't know. He just said it wasn't Star Wars or something. That's what I heard. That's what I heard. The hearsay I am hearing. Just love the idea of someone having a meltdown over a brick wall now.
Are those fucking bricks? Get this shit out of here.
Fuck you. So what was this? There's a few lines I liked. So it's like when they're talking about like the Klingons and what they're gonna do and how they're gonna come in and like stick their penis in the soil and stuff. So they go like, so you're saying, Captain, we have the choice of choosing between you and the Klingons, and then he replies with, no, with us you'll have a choice. The Klingons you'll have none. And I just like, I like that. I like that kind of like, trying to explain the urgency of the situation there. I like that line. And also, then just like a few seconds later, like they go, we have no defenses, nor are any needed. And then like Shatner looks like he's about to say something, and then he just starts like going, what? Like he's actually he sells the sheer bewilderment of having this medieval culture saying, "Oh yes, we know that the space Vikings are going to come down and destroy everything, but we don't need to defend ourselves. It's fine.
Yeah, we're good." It's like, well, huh?
Excuse? And something else. This is something I've noticed I'm going to point this out as it happens, because I find it interesting that this show was made in the 60s, and it wasn't a low budget show, but it was a show made in a time where visual effects were very, very difficult, especially on television. So this scene has to do a lot of heavy lifting to get across the sheer menace and ferocity of the Klingon Empire without actually having the budget to show it. So I think Kirk's descriptions of what happens, and his plead. I think the fact that a man like Kirk is pleading,
please defend yourselves. You're gonna have a really bad time.
Yeah, that really helps to
I've seen what they've done. It's not good for you.
Yeah, it's no good, no bueno, no bueno.
Por favor. It makes sense. He goes like, why are you saying what you're saying? Did you just hear me? Did you hear me? Are you listening to the words I'm saying? He's like, so whatever.
Please. And there's also the line, I'm a soldier, not a diplomat, which that's kind of a funny line in retrospect, because then you have the TNG era where they're like all tree hugging and we're not a military. We're not a military.
That's what I was thinking as well, especially because I'm watching TNG right now. I was like, what, soldier? Really? That's interesting.
Yeah.
Because TNG is all about exploring and science and whatever. So that's interesting stuff.
Yeah, that's one of the very contentious topics in the Star Trek fandom of like, is Star Trek a military? Is Star Trek a military?
Star Trek a military? I mean, the way they describe it, Starfleet is a military. I mean, they have admirals and everything, so...
Yeah, it would be very weird if there was a line at some point that said they weren't a military, but you'll get to that.
Oh no.
Yeah, that would be very strange. But you'll in all things in due time. All things in due time.
So yeah.
I still got
more?
Do you have more notes? Yeah, I got a few more because I'm very weird for some reason. I just have lots of notes for very small amounts of time.
I mean, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah. So Spock does walk. Oh, have you did you want to describe Spock walking in first?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna do. I thought you had more for the part before that. Because Spock comes in and drops the sickest burn on this fucking planet. He just comes and is like, Captain, our info on this planet is correct. They're not about to progress into mechanics and stuff. They have been stagnant for tens of thousands of years. It's like a laboratory specimen trapped in progress. I was like, damn! God damn, Spock. They're right there, man. Jesus. I can hear you. You absolute savage. And he just doesn't even flinch.
I love him. I love sassy Spock so much. Sassy Vulcans. I love sassy Vulcans. They're so great.
Because the way he also says is like, I scanned this planet as far as my scanning device can, but it's just like there's no progress, like nothing. It's like Jesus.
So I've actually got like a little thing to point out with that line, because it's a great sick burn, but then there's some phrasing there that I'm like, what does this mean for technology? So he specifically says there is no significant advancement in the last 10,000 years as far as my tricorder can detect. And I'm just like, wait. Your tricorder can scan through time? It can scan for technological developments through time? Okay. Cool. That's neat. Okay, Spock, you do you.
Yeah, I might have phrased it differently. It's like, hey, I scanned the soil and whatnot, and whatever, like, something else. Because the way you phrase it, like, yeah, I just checked the bricks or something, and it's like, they told me there was no I don't even know how I would explain it, because it just says like, yeah, my tricorder is like hasn't been anything for 10,000 years. Like, oh, Did you try to tell you that? How?
Yeah, because even nowadays we can look into like the strata layers, and like if you like cut out a big section of ice, there's actually a big black line to indicate the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. So there's ways you can tell these things just looking through the geological record. So you would think the tricorder would have that sort of capability, but instead he phrased it like it's a time scanner, something. It's just like okay.
By the way, something I actually wanted to ask all the way at the beginning of this episode. Does the Prime Directive exist in TOS at all?
Yes, it does. And then funny you mention that because my very next note is on the Prime Directive.
Oh,
because
that was the first thing the first thing I thought was like, they're surprised they have beamed down, so you didn't expect them to know about you.
Yeah, and then it gets worse. So
yeah, because he goes like, hey, we can give you all this stuff. I was like, okay. No, you can't.
Like it gets so there's no room for ambiguity there. He beams down and goes like, we can teach you how to feed 100 people where you could only feed one before. We can give you weapons and defenses and teach you and fundamentally improve your way of life and knowledge beyond what you're like. Let them choose for themselves, please.
Yeah,
Mr. Kirk, Mr. Picard would go red in the face if someone did this on his watch.
Prime Directive isn't as religious during TOS as during TNG. They shit in this first season on it like twice or 3 times already, the way they explain it to us. So it's a neat idea, but so far they have been doing a pretty shit job at going through it.
Yeah, and then there's like Trek later than where you're up to with TNG, where it gets like religious with like, we can't let like there are things where the Prime Directive could be bent creatively and still be applied, but they just go no, we can't even get close to that. And it's like you're letting people die, but okay, but you'll get there. Also, Star Trek predicts cell phone interruptus. I just found that funny that they get interrupted by the communicator in the same way that we nowadays get interrupted by cell phones.
Oh yeah, because he goes like, oh, hang on, I need to get that. Yeah, and Zul's like, ah, God, they're here.
What I love about because as you just alluded to there, the Klingons suddenly attacked the Enterprise. Oh no, big fleet. And Sulu pronounces it Klingon. And it's just like, oh, you hadn't figured out the pronunciation yet.
Yeah, not really.
Oh, no.
That's
and also
funny.
the way they jump cut to the Klingon vessels, it kind of reminds me of like the weird like pacing in the opening scene where it's just like, oh, here's Klingon fleet, not even a building. Oh, here we go, Klingon. It's like, oh, fuck me. Oh. What were we just talking to 3 minutes? Oh God.
Klingon. That's funny. Right. So yeah, he gets the Attackenheimers. Oh, I'll put on the thing again. Let me get there real quick. Yeah, he gets interrupted. So it's like, oh my God, we're getting attacked. And Kirk's like, well, touch you fuck off, so fuck off. It's like, okay. Which is interesting because he's already like surrounded by like 6, 7 of those ships. I'm not entirely sure how he got out of there, but we just have to assume that happened somehow.
Yes.
And now Spock and Kirk are trapped here.
Yeah.
While
quite a dilemma.
While Zulu with the Enterprise goes over and gets, I guess, reinforcements is the idea.
Did you call him Zulu?
Zulu. Zulu.
With an S. Okay. I will. You can substitute
Zulu.
You can deny reality and substitute your own. Okay, I will allow it.
Maybe I will.
Cool.
So Vulu escapes. Just make it a completely different letter.
Good.
Glib Glob escapes, and yeah, they are trapped here now, meaning Spock and Kirkenheimers. And interestingly, man, talking is really hard. The Organians say, well, guess now we need to protect you. And I was like, well, something's weird about them. Like, I don't know what's going on with them, but they are way chill. And also, they have this one guy who went like, the Klingons are here. It's like, hey, wait, how did you know that? I think even Kirk points it out. It's like, oh, it's just good intuition. I was like, what? Are you going to accept that answer? Because I wouldn't. And then like a minute later, he goes like, oh, there's 100 Klingons on our church or whatever. He's like, what the hell?
Oh my god. They're very efficient.
Yeah, and then there's Klingons. They're just running around here now. It's like a proper invasion force, an occupation army, and
yes,
smartly.
There they are.
I say now smartly. They provide Spock and Kirk with native clothing, and take their phasers, and something that comes out for them is like, hey, violence, no bueno. We don't want that at all. So you're not getting your phasers back. I was like, okay.
Yep.
So yeah, now they're kind of hidden. But they also point out, it's like, hey, that's not going to do any good for Spock because Vulcans are Federation allies. So that ain't working. And they're like, well,
yep.
you're here for trading like 2 specific things. I don't know if you do you remember the things. It's not super important, but it's just like, hey, you're a traitor.
Yeah.
And Kirk's like, really? That? And then Spock's like, well, it does make sense. Like, Vulcan traders are not rare or anything, so should check out. It's like, all right. It's the next practical thing they have.
Oh, yeah. Also, like, now that we have the Klingons here, I guess it's time to point out they look a bit different than they do in TNG, don't they? Just look a little bit different. Just tiny bit.
Look at that.
Tiny bit.
He has almost a Fu Manchu and everything.
I can't quite put my finger on, like, it's subtle. It's subtle, but I think the differences between this and the TNG Klingons, it's there. Like, it's there. Some reason I want to watch a minstrel show at the moment. For some reason that comes into my brain. I don't know why.
Yeah.
I think when I was describing, I think I tweeted out when I was teasing what this episode would be today. I said, elves and blackface on Metal's Forge tonight.
How did I miss that tweet? That's hilarious.
Yeah,
completely missed that. That's funny as shit.
Yeah, and the Klingon. So the Klingons do not get their more well-known design until the TOS movies, and if you're wondering if they ever explain this discrepancy, they do in 2004. That's how long it took them to explain why they look different in TOS than they do in.
Wait, they do look. Wait, where do they say it?
So they explain it in Star Trek Enterprise in 2000 in its final season. They were starting to line things on with TOS.
Okay.
So they finally did an episode there that explains why they look different in the two things, because the initial explanation was there was no explanation. They just had a bigger budget and they wanted to do something that was better than a Fu Manchu.
Give them forehead flaps. It's like, all right, you got it.
Yeah, I want to play like a musical instrument. I want to take their head and blow it to their mouth, and then use their horns as like the little holes to play it like a flute. Why am I allowed to speak metal? Why do people let me speak?
I know, it's entertaining.
Yeah. Also, the disguises that the Organians give Kirk and Spock, I think it's cute that they color match them to their uniforms.
Oh, yeah, right. Now that you mention it, I didn't even catch that.
Yeah, and the Organians pronounce it Klingons. Klingons. So again, like the pronunciation is still
the Klingons.
Yeah.
From Wooloo.
Oh yes. And let's see.
Mr. Wolf.
Mr. Wolf.
I don't know why that made me laugh. It's so lowbrow, but it doesn't work. Mr. Wolf to the bridge.
Mr. Wolf. Oh, I always love that mispronunciation. It's an old one, but a good one.
Yeah.
And what is it? Yes. So Spock is really cool with lying here, and I'm pretty sure that's out of character because there's a lot of other episodes in TNG and in the TNG TOS movies and the TOS show that show Vulcans are not cool with lying and Spock is not cool with lying.
Okay, well that's things you have to fill in because obviously I haven't seen all of TOS, so I just had to accept that he would do that for the mission.
Yeah, like they will exaggerate, but usually when they're asked to do this sort of thing, they like at least stir up a bit of a fuss. Where it's like, oh, the Vulcans don't lie. And it's just like, oh, well, there's going to be a problem. Well, I think that's my notes before Core comes in, so I'll let you continue.
Right, I'll just leave that picture up so you can all revel in Core's beauty or something.
Yeah.
So, right, so Spock and Kirk are still here. Core arrives like, yo, I'm Core. This is my fucking planet now. Get over it or die. And yeah, Spock and Kirk, who have been put in civilian clothing, are still here. And Core obviously asks like, who the fuck are these guys? And then that old person says, the council leader, oh, he is Barana, one of our leading people. I was like, why would you say that? Why was that your idea? Why don't we, hey, this is Barana. He's just here. He had a question for the council. He's about to leave. And then they could have done whatever they needed to do, I guess. But now they made him like a leading person. He's like, oh, so you're going to be considered for whatever I'm going to do next, of course.
Naturally.
And because the Klingons are like, hey, conflict, we love that shit. Like, glorious death and shit. Core takes a liking to Kirk / Barana. Because like, oh, you're a bit feisty. You don't smile this whole time. Because these old people, they're just kind of sitting there smiling, go like, And Core's like, you're disgusting. I think it's when he says, like, you're disgusting.
I got a lot of notes on Core in this scene. Yeah, that's going to be one of them.
Yeah, but it all goes down to, hey, you're going to be our middleman. So Barana is going to be the middleman between the Klingons and the civilian population. Because you don't seem to be all smiles and obviously despise me. And I like that. Because I don't like
that you hate me.
Yeah, because I don't like weak people, which is, from what I understand, Klingons as like, yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Oh yeah,
that makes a lot of sense. And yeah, they obviously immediately go like, Spock, this fucking guy, why you're Federation ally probably. We're gonna take you in and gonna ask you questions, quote unquote, ask you questions. And if you lie, you're gonna die. So yeah, not a great time for those two. And yeah, that's the gist of it. You probably have some more specific stuff, I would guess.
Yeah, because I look, it's been so long since I watched this episode. Because I watched it when I was a teenager, and I think there was a lot of things that kind of went over my head. But my revelation is that I really like Core. And most of my like praise notes in this episode are usually revolving around Core, and I think Core is, at least from where I'm sitting, it's like he's got such strong characterization and dialogue in this episode that I think he's the reason that the Klingons were asked to come back, because I think he left an impression on people, and I got a few notes as to why. So for starters, I list him as, this is like the first, like there's a few iconic TOS Klingon era TOS era Klingon characters. So that's my first note there. I think I got into that a little bit. So the first thing I want to note is that Kor doesn't immediately recognize Kirk, which I actually find interesting in retrospect because, in the TNG era, like the 24th or the 20, there are 3 shows in the 24th century. So there's a lot of like looking back at what the TOS era meant. Well, once Gene was no longer in charge and they were allowed to consider TOS canon again, but that's a whole other sack of potatoes. It's a bit weird. So in the TNG era, like the original Enterprise crew are considered the figures of legend. They are, every adventure is looked on as like this, with great reverence, and Kirk is one of the most well-known names and faces throughout the Alpha Quadrant. But we're not there yet. This is still Kirk this is still the legend of Kirk being forged. So at this point in time, he's still just another captain. He's still just another. His name might be well known as the captain of the flagship, but he's not ubiquitous yet. And it's kind of this is like a meta thing, but it's just kind of interesting to see like Kirk when he was just the captain versus when he became Kirk, like in huge air quotes, like the Kirk. That's just, there's something interesting. That's just something nerdy. I was thinking about.
Yeah, fair enough.
So when Kor looks, another thing, when Kor looks at Kirk, the first thing he says is, "Where's your smile?" Which I like because it shows he's got a cunning, tactical mind. He's already immediately. It not only shows his values, which we get into a little bit later, but it shows he's got situational awareness. He's got awareness of the people around him. He's got a warrior's tactical cunning. He's always trying to deconstruct the enemy with his mind, and that's probably how he got into the position of power that he is, because he's just a good tactician. I like that. And then they go over to Spock, they do the whole thing of just like, hey, you could be a Federation spy. We're gonna peel your brain. So what gets me here is that Spock is really cool with lying for some reason in this episode. Yet for some reason he gives his real name when he's introducing himself as the merchant. It's like, hey, I'm Spock the merchant, and it's just like, okay,
really,
okay,
not even like stock or something. Like, you didn't even try.
You could have named yourself Speck. You could have named
Speck, lecker.
To Spock, even. Like, you could have done anything. Anything would have been better than just your name.
Someone chat said Spoon.
Spoon. I'm Spoon, the merchant. I sell spoons. No, I sell forks, funnily enough. And then Kirk, like, knee-jerkedly goes, he's no spy, and it's just like, Kirk.
Just stop it. He was doing fine.
He can handle him. You can save him later. It's you think tactfully, please. And then there's a few lines from Kor that I really like. So when he turns to Kirk and he sees that he's not smiling, I already mentioned how I like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then they get into a little bit of back and forth, and I think Kirk says something like, you're here and there's nothing I can do about it. Mm-hmm. And then Kor just says, good, honest hatred.
Yeah, it's great. Good, honest
I love it.
Hatred.
Yeah. And then when he's laying the law of the land, this is less a line specifically that I'm gushing over, and this is more just interesting to think about as far as the larger Klingon Empire is concerned. So you will be the subject to Klingon rules and regulations. Even breaking even the smallest of them will be punishable by death. And it's like, I wonder why the Klingon Empire went into decline. Might be a few rebellions in there.
Are you jaywalking? Die!
Battleth to the throat. And there's the other line of "I don't trust men who smile too much." That was another good one. Just the smiling thing is, it's very. They play a lot with that, and this also begins the mental game between Core and Kirk, and even in this scene, like Kirk is trying to like downplay his like machismo, I guess you could call it, while Core is just constantly psychoanalyzing him and going, I like you, but there's something, I can see, there's something there, Okay. Okay, so that's my notes for that part.
Okay. Yeah. My notes are not as long. Also, yeah. we good. It's weird. I have like this different kind of note taking when I do Star Trek because I'm doing the J thing. It's just like, let's go through this, whee, and then just figure it out on the way. I think we're doing great. We're doing great. And if chat says otherwise, you get banned. Unless you're mod, then you have to ban yourself. Whatever. Righty. Let me move the flames. Banned. Otherwise. Somebody said otherwise. How dare they? Oh right, yeah. There's this. When they're about to leave. Kirk does their greeting and goodbye thingy, like right here, and looks like really fucking annoyed at the council. He's like, good job, fuckers.
Oh, you're such a good friend.
It's so telling. It's like, fucking told you, and now I have to deal with this bullshit.
Oh my god, Fraglement is right. He's doing the aliens meme. Like the History Channel one. Aliens.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just a great thing. Right. Oh shit, I scrolled way too far. In my notes, I mean. I'm already at the ammo dump. I don't know how I did that. So in now Core's office, I guess, because now it's his office. And
mine now.
Yeah, and he just is like, here's all them rules. You're not allowed to do this and that. I didn't write down what it is. It's not that important.
Yeah.
So yeah, and basically say, hey Kirk, this is your or Baronet, this is your responsibility now to keep the people in order. He's like, or I die. It's like, yep. And if not, you die. And Spock already returns, and they're like, yeah, he is what he says he is. He's a merchant. He's cool. And it's like, are you sure? Yeah, we put the thing on level 4, I think, and that's enough to break everyone's minds or something. Because they use some kind of mind sifter or whatever they call it. I don't know if they gave it like a proper name, but I think that's how they explained it.
Mind sifter on the lower settings, mind ripper on the higher settings, I think is like the description.
Okay,
I don't think there's an official name. It's just like a probe, mind probe sort of thing.
Yeah. I was like, yeah, he's cool. He's a mind. I was like, oh, well, good for you. But I think he says, well, I just gotta let you know, we gonna scrutinize you every time we see you because you're a Vulcan. It's like, oh man, so mean.
Racism.
Yeah.
I'm glad this is the only racism against Spock we're going to experience tonight. Foreshadowing.
You lie.
Sometimes foreshadowing is relatively obvious.
Yeah, I think that's basically the scene. I don't know if you have anything more specific. I don't know.
Got 3 notes, 3 whole notes for this part. Okay. 3 whole notes. You're ready for this?
I am ready.
Cool. So they called Spock a Vulcanian merchant, which holy anachronism, Batman. This was before they kind of just dropped the alien. That sounds dirty saying it out loud, but
can I see your alien?
Oh yeah, I can show you later. I'll slip in the DMs later. So because initially they were just like, oh yeah, the planet is Vulcan and they're Vulcanians, and then eventually it was just like, actually you're a Vulcan, but you're a Vulcanian. And eventually they stopped using Vulcanian as the descriptive word. So when they use it in these earlier episodes, it's like, oh, it's a bit strange that you would call them that when they don't. But maybe it's a slur. I don't know.
Oh my god, Core, you can't slur on stream.
Yeah, you're gonna get demonetized, Core. How dare you? Hey, this is Core. You better not smile. We're gonna fuck the shit out of Binding of Isaac.
Yeah.
So I think I just left the note about the mind probe saying that it very well. I don't think it's giving anything away to say that clearly it didn't work on Spock. We'll get a little bit more into that in the next scene.
Yeah.
Which kind of it dilutes or it mitigates any some potential problems that device could have, knowing that it is circumnavigatable. But at the same time, I think I raise an eyebrow at the existence of a device that can quote unquote that can record every bit of knowledge in a man's mind. I raise the eyebrow to that. I raise the eyebrow to the implication. And there's just a line. I think at this point I was already saying Core is getting all the best lines because he said, "What is left is more vegetable than man."
Dude, he says vegetable 3 times in this episode, and I didn't even expect one mention of a vegetable, and then he says it 3 times.
I think it might be closer to 6 or 7, honestly. He just keeps saying vegetable in reference to the mind probe. It's so funny.
With some of you're more a vegetable than a man. It's like, stop saying vegetable. It's so weird.
As Obi-Wan sits next to Luke and she's like, he's more vegetable now than man. It's funny stuff.
Absolutely. But yeah, after that, Spock and Kirk are not very sneaky, is what I basically have written down. So this kind of walking through, I don't know, I hesitate to call it like a village because it looks more like the inside of a castle. It's really weird. I don't know. It doesn't matter too much, but it's just it's weird. They just go around like, hey, how did you do this thing? And they don't even talk like lowly, just kind of talk out loud. And then some just right in front of the other Klingon guy, and then they just walk away. It's like, hey, we should do I think I saw an ammo dump there. We should probably destroy that. And Spock's like, yes, Captain, we should. That's a good idea, basically. They're not very far away from any Klingons. So I don't know. I feel they did a pretty bad job in this scene, being sneaky.
Yeah, the only praise I'll give is that when they're walking directly by a Klingon, they stop talking for like a pause, and it's just like, okay, you were kind of aware, but you needed to get them to talk much quieter.
Oh yeah, and they resume their talking while a Klingon is like right behind them after he bumps into the other one.
Yes, that was a choice.
Look at this. You can see it between their heads, looking at them. He's like, look. Hey, I can hear you. Like, guys. Just shoots them both.
That Klingon was the pioneer of duckface.
Oh, God.
Oh, man.
Battle. Happy Thanksgiving. You as well, babe. No, you.
No, you. Fuck you. But also thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank fuck you. There. Good.
Yeah, what meme said?
Yeah, what I said.
Yeah.
Well, my word is law.
No, I wouldn't go that far. That's lies.
No one should live in that reality. No one.
What are you talking about over there? Did you say something about ammo dumps? Like, no.
No, definitely not. we're talking about Pramo's Slumps. It's a carriage store for baby carriers. Yeah, that's it.
But yeah, that's their plan. It's like, hey, we're gonna have to show those people here that they can fight back, and we do that by blowing up the Klingons' ammo dump. I know. I find this whole plan kind of weird. I don't know.
A little bit. It's a bit like there's an idea here, but it's like not quite thought through.
Also, I don't know if that is in character for Kirk, because I only know Picard as a captain from season 1, and I know that's not the way he would do it. I don't know if Kirk is that kind of person, so you might have to help me out there. Because it seemed kind of weird for like a Trek thing where he goes like, we need to start a rebellion for these people. It's like, huh?
So I will be vague for the sake of your TNG viewing experience, but what I'll say is whenever they refer back to the Kirk era, they refer to how differently things are handled in this era, specifically that Kirk would engage often in what's called cowboy diplomacy.
Okay.
So this is completely in character for him. He's a much more like he's much more a man of action than Picard.
That's fair then.
So yeah, this
it's just something I was wondering, because it's such a harsh difference.
Yeah, this is where the Kirk versus Picard thing comes in a lot of the time.
Yeah, because he's like, oh, we gotta fuck them up. I was like, oh shit, you're different.
Yeah, it's this is it's kind of the interesting thing as if you watch like the shows roughly in order, excluding Enterprise, which works better as like a prequel after you've watched everything else, is you do see that transition to the TNG era, which is kind of fascinating. That it does become Starfleet becomes increasingly more restrained, and Kirk's methods become increasingly outdated.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is how they handle things in the 23rd century, but 24th, that was a different time indeed. It's why these fan debates get very interesting, because a lot of it comes down to what kind of leadership style do you prefer, the Kirk or the Picard method.
Yeah.
So a couple of notes before that we get to the ammo cache scene. I looked it up beforehand, and the mind meld, the Vulcan mind meld had already appeared before this episode, so we already had kind of a hint the Vulcans were like telepathic, but this episode further cements the sheer discipline and power of the Vulcan mind, in that they are able to bypass mind probes and stuff like that. Yeah, even a half Vulcan, as we know about Spock. Also, I know we already covered like the sneaky sneak was not this too sneaky sneak. There is a line from this is I'm not commenting on the line here. I'm commenting on the delivery, where the Klingon, after Kirk and Spock bump into him, he goes, "Next time, keep your eyes open, or I'll shut them permanently." And I think my note for that delivery was like, man, did they hire one of the craft service people to play that guy?
I did notice that some of the extra Klingons, they had really bad line delivery.
Yeah,
I swear.
I think
it's like, oh wow, you're committed. I swear.
Yeah, man, that was a good effort. No, not really.
Not really, but I mean, I hope you got paid once.
You know, you showed up to work. That's something.
Yeah,
like not mentally, but physically, you're here on set. I think I said that that line delivery is more wooden than Groot's erection. So that was my note for that. I do enjoy seeing Kirk struggling to stay in this like more subservient role. Like it's just so uncomfortable for him. I like the idea of that. I think the way Shatner's portraying it is entertaining, even if the writing occasionally leaves it to be desired. Something to be desired there. But then of course my praise for Shatner immediately takes a 180 when he has a line where he goes like, "It's time that we did something very simple and plain. It's time that we did some very simple and plain communicating tonight." It's just something about that line was just like, oh, it's just like, Jesus Christ. Were they telling you to step on hot coals with that delivery? Jesus Christ.
Nah.
There's a few line deliveries in here where it's like, you can tell why Shatner's acting style is spoofed. I don't think Shatner's a bad actor, but when he's off, when he fumbles, especially because they wouldn't be able to do many retakes with this, it's something special. It is something special. Like I have praise for his performance in this episode, but then when he slips, it's like it's something to write home about. It really is.
Yeah. Right. So yeah, they make their way to that ammo dump / depot, and they have a very grenade-looking grenade that they got from a Klingon.
Oh, I have that note here. A sonic grenade, which happens to just look like a 20th century Earth grenade.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And they're gonna blow up all those cardboard box, paper boxes in the background. Dude, they appeared. I was like, oh god, why did you choose that kind of paper? It's like that paper you do like arts and crafts with in kindergarten. It's like, make a little man out of this. Like, yeah. And for some reason they choose that for their ammo box design. It looks really bad. Like, even for the time, I think it looks pretty horrible.
It's times like this that you remember that, oh yeah, the first 2 seasons of Star Trek were broadcast in black and white, and on a very low,
maybe
on a very
wouldn't
grainy
be that
monitor.
Obvious. Yeah, that's fair.
Once you get to color, because it was filmed in color, this is in colorized, but once you get the full color and the remaster it, suddenly it's like, oh yeah, they just took a bunch of wooden boxes and like put a little cardboard slip over it. Oh lord.
Yeah. Probably not as bad when you have it in black and white, but looking at it now, it's like, oh. Like, it's immediately, it's like, oh, it's that kind of thing. It's that paper mache, not wrinkly. Like, I don't even, there's probably a proper word for that kind of paper, but you know what it is when you see it. Like, it popped out immediately. It was like, oh, I know that.
Yeah, and it's funny because you've probably seen with TNG, like it hasn't aged. The production values haven't aged perfectly, but they've aged surprisingly well considering it's a television show that started in the 80s, and the production values keep going up throughout the show. While with TOS, it's like you showed up. You showed up. That's shake your thumbs up.
You have to do something here. So
yeah,
and you did it. So good job.
Yes.
So yeah, they put that in there. It has like a timer of 5 seconds, and they kind of run away to a wall on the other side, and then it blows up, and they just kind of cut into like a firework explosion. I don't know. It's kind of weirdly cut.
A little bit.
It go like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then it goes like boom! Explosion! I was like,
my theory. I meant to double check this, but I think that explosion might be from a different episode because look at the rocks and everything. That does not look like the same place that they were. Yeah. I think they might have recycled that footage from
here.
There's
there's like something in front of it. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, it looks like I need to. I need to like probe that like at some point. Because it looks like they were on like one of their rock quarry sets, and they set off an explosive there or something. And they were just again, like it's in the black and white low, the fucking tube TV that you have to fucking thump with your fucking fist in order to get it to show anything resembling a human being. Maybe that wouldn't be as noticeable, but now with our HDs and our Netflixes and our Blu-rays, it's a little bit more like
Yeah.
And the ghost of Gary once again haunts Kirk as the mysterious stranger returns to tackle the guard.
Wait, what?
So Kirk's the stranger that at first appeared in the Gary episode of TOS, the stranger that kept swapping with Kirk to fight Gary in the finale.
Oh, sorry. I gotcha. Yeah. Oh, that's the guy who jumped off the fucking stairs then.
Yeah. It's not as obvious there, but there's no way Shatner did that himself. There's no way.
You can't jump. I would jump off of that.
Yeah, but remember some of the really easy stunts that you saw in that
I know,
first episode.
But man, come on. Earn your cash, dude. Come on. You can't jump off some stairs, you lazy bum. Gary Tiberius Kirk. I love it.
Oh, Lord.
Man, he didn't jump up. Oh, well, maybe, I don't know, maybe they didn't want him to take any risks. Like, oh, I want you to strain your angle. We need to film more. I don't know. But yeah, then we cut back to the council, and they're like, dude, why? Like, what the fuck? We were just chilling. You just fucking blow this shit up. It's like, yeah, but yeah, did it to prove that you can fight back. Like, people did fight back against dictatorships and stuff. It's like, you can do it. See, we did it. We're only 2 people. And they're like, nah, you just don't understand us. I was like, Kirk is like really annoyed.
Oh yeah.
And I was like, man, something is up with them. I don't know what they are, but they're up to some shenanigans. But yeah, they're being listened to by Core because he just put bugs everywhere apparently, and yeah, he comes in. It's like, we heard everything, by the way, so get fucked. And they take them as hostages, and Core tells the Organis like, oh man, you're fucking disgusting. Like, you just take it. And he's like, oh, it's really annoying. It's like, it's always the brave. It's always the soldiers that keep dying and not you fucking cowards who just stand there. Which is pretty important for his character as well. Because he's obviously impressed that like just 2 people fought back against him, against the odds. That's like something he's probably impressed by.
Get wrecked, old Klingon proper.
That's what he said. It's in the episode. If you don't believe me, go check it out.
Yeah, do it.
So yeah, there's like, oh, we're gonna get informations out of you with the mind sift thingy. And then the old man is like, no need. I can tell you his name. He's Kirk. And he's like, oh shit, you're Captain Kirk?
You're fatter than I expected.
Just, oh shit, savage. And yeah, because the old man they is like, oh, violence, that's no bueno. I'm just gonna tell you so he doesn't torture you with the machine. And Cora's surprised to see him here, and he's like, oh man, I hope to face you in battle, but well, that's obviously not gonna happen now. And yeah.
Yeah, I got a few notes.
Yeah, so basically they take Spock to somewhere, I think to the prison cell, and they go to his office. But that's the next scene. So go ahead.
Oh yeah. So so the more I thought about this episode's premise, just like conceptually, it's actually well, we'll probably like. I can only really explain this note a bit later, but it was beginning to occur to me because I had seen this episode beforehand, so I knew all the twists and turns. But this is kind of a clever subversion of the Seven Samurai story template, just broadly speaking, because it's like a more sophisticated like civilization or person coming in, really wanting to teach the natives how to fight against their oppressors, and then they're just like, no, we're good. And they're just trying desperately. It's like, please defend yourselves. We can teach you. No, please defend yourself. No, please. No, please. No. It's better than like, I don't know, Mandalorian, where it's just, you know, they do it straight and it's been done 1,000 times and they don't even do it that well.
Here, have these sticks against that AT-AT. It's gonna go great. Or AT-ST.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, you know, you're not even going to cut down the logs to trip it. Okay.
No, all right. Okay.
Okay, you're just going to jab it with your sticks. Okay, I guess if it works for the Ewoks, but whatever.
Oh, I can't believe you said the E word. Damn.
Yeah, so you know, this is an edgy stream. So, what does this know? Oh yeah. So Kirk and Spock give away all their, or this goes back to the whole they're not very good at being sneaky thing, where they dox themselves in the room, and they didn't even bother to check for bugs, so they just lay out they don't just give their identities, like everything but name. They also give away all of their plans, all their involvement in the sabotage, all their intentions. They lay out everything to the Organians, and they didn't check the room for bugs.
Yeah.
It's just feels like that'd be standard procedure. Just check the room for bugs. That feels like you would. I don't know. Maybe that'd be. I'm gonna blow a gasket a little bit.
That's fine.
So I didn't like that too much. But I did like that line that you did mention, and I have it here in full, where it's always it is the brave ones who die, the soldiers. I hope you will continue to savor the sweetness of your life. You disgust me. Just
yeah, such good line.
Such strong characterization. He knows that he has to execute Kirk and Spock like under protocol, but he has so much more respect for them than for their bravery and conviction than he does for the Organians, who are just kind of like going, yeah, please continue to fuck us in the ass. Yes, we will show you no resistance. Yes, no lube, please. Just keep going. Do as you please. No reach around needed. I just.
Gonna give you a reach around, Batman. God, I fucking hate that movie.
So do I. With every the 30 times I've watched it at this point, gun in mouth. So also, I just love how Core is excited to meet Kirk. I just love that. He's like, this is the roots of what the Klingons would eventually become, where they live for the battle, for the fight, and they can become fanboys of their own enemies, because it's like it's the fanboy wet dream to fight like the greatest and toughest enemies, and then they get so excited about potentially fighting certain opponents. It's good shit. It's good shit. Also, there's just like a dramatic camera movement going into commercial break. And it looks like they sped up the footage, and it's really funny. And they have the dramatic music, and the camera just plunges into Kirk's face, and it's really funny, because I think they sped it up. And this line from Kirk right here: "I'm used to the idea of dying, but I have no desire to die for the likes of you." And I love that.
It's quite interesting how he goes from "I want to help you" to "Man, I don't really want to help you. I really dislike you, actually." You just sit there and don't do anything, even though we give you every chance to help. But you're just like, nah, we're just gonna sit here and smile.
Yeah, I find that really interesting as well. And what I've noticed in this episode is that they're doing a good job of showing that Core and Kirk are kind of equals yet opposites. They have that kind of thing going on. They're they're very alike, with actually some pretty similar values, yet they're also just so diametrically opposed to each other at the exact same time, because obviously both of their sides have different fundamental driving belief structures. But in terms of their more personal, like, honor systems, there seems to be like some pretty stark similarities, and I describe it as delicious character work. It's the stuff that you like to see. And there's a line, I think this is right at the end of this scene. There's just I forget, I didn't write it down for some reason, but there's just this sheer mourning and regret in Core's voice when he says that he's going to have to execute Kirk. And you can just feel
I think he says, like, I do what I have to do, kill them. And he doesn't sound super thrilled about it.
Exactly. Because you can just hear it in his voice. He doesn't need to say it. He says he wants to gut him on the field of battle, not execute him helpless at the stake. It's just great. I love it.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's good. It's pretty good stuff. It's pretty good stuff.
Kirk, you beta bitch cock. I want Shatner to say that.
Yeah. Next scene is when they chill in his office, and of course, like, hey, you want to have a little chat? You want a drink?
Yeah.
It's not drug, by the way. I actually just want to talk. And you know what? I believe him. I believe every word he's saying here.
Oh yeah.
Because as he points out, it's like, oh, it doesn't actually matter if you talk or not. We're just gonna get the info anyway from the mind machine. It's just like kind of smug about it. It's like, yeah, I do respect you and admire you to a degree, but we're still at a war, and we're Klingons, and we're here to win it. So you can just tell me, or I'm just gonna get it, and you're gonna turn into a vegetable.
Hey, wouldn't it be weird if we just kissed right now, Kirk? We're just like, wouldn't it be so weird? It's so weird. Like,
so
oh my
weird.
God.
But yeah, we have like this thing going on where he says, "Oh, we're kind of alike, you and I," and then obviously Kirk says, "We're nothing alike. We're a democratic body," and he's like, "Nah, I'm not talking about ideologies or some bullshit. Like, we're both hunters and killers on a planet full of sheep, and I have an admiration for you, and you want to help them and whatnot. It's kind of neat.
Yeah."
I mean, it's something you haven't heard before, but I think it's delivered really well in this scene.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of when you bring that up, it kind of does highlight something I'm annoyed about with current media, where they're always trying to find the newest, most original thing, and they're so afraid to go back to the well with certain things. Even though, like, you know, sometimes the best ideas are worth repeating and exploring again for good reason. Like it's like the quality of a story is not determined on whether or not it's totally original. It's just about how well it's done. So I do have a few. Is that your recap for this scene, or
well then I mean they say some more, but basically it ends with it's like, hey, I give you basically 12 hours because he wants to know about Starfleet and where their ships are and whatnot. And Kirk tells him to climb a tree, which I found kind of funny. And he's like, hey, I respect for you, but we're in war, and we're here to win it. So even if I don't really want to, I'd rather face you in battle, but I'm going to brain melt you because I want to win this war. So yeah, you get 12 hours.
Yeah.
And he puts him in the cell. And I think Kirk says like, oh, it's going to need more than 12 hours. Like, oh, I don't think it will. He says something along those lines, like, we have that machine. It's pretty effective.
Yeah, your brain's gonna be pudding. Sorry, buddy. So there's a few things. Firstly, this is the first scene where I noticed that when I noticed Kor's fabulous chainmail leggings. I didn't notice it before, but then I realized they had pants made entirely out of chainmail, and it's like,
nice.
I wonder if Shad has something to say about that. But I actually copied and pasted the dialogue from that part you mentioned, basically word for word, because I just love it. So it's like, he mentions the destroyed cache, and Kirk goes, "Oh, something was destroyed? Nothing inconsequential, I hope." And
yeah,
little grin. And Kor goes, "Hardly. They were quite important to us, but they can be replaced. You of the Federation, you of the Federation, you are much like us." And then he goes, "We're nothing alike. We're a democratic body." And then he goes, "Come now, I'm not referring to minor ideological differences. I mean that we are similar as a species. Here we are on a planet of sheep, 2 tigers, predators, hunters, killers, and it is precisely that which makes us great. And there is a universe to be taken." I just, I want to love that dialogue.
That's good dialogue.
I think you already mentioned the climb the tree line. Damn, son. Love how sassy Kirk looks in that screen cap.
He's so happy with himself that he sat there. I was like, that's like, really climb a tree. Just imagine you're face to face with your worst enemy. You're at war and just tell them to climb a tree, like the most, I don't know, childish small thing you could tell someone. You could tell them to go fuck yourself and everything. It's like, go climb a tree. There's something kind of chattish about it when you say it like that. It is really funny. I enjoy that he said that.
Yeah, that's kind of I'm going to mention this more later, but there's something to be said about like, the limitations of what they were being faced with at the time, kind of giving these moments that were of course meant to bypass technical limitations, but then they give us some of the most memorable moments that with the more like they can say fuck shit and piss and booby and everything in Star Trek now, and like all the shows have gone to shit. And I don't think that's the reason they've gone to shit, but I don't know, like I think there are lessons to be learned about the constraints of like the earlier shows and how to incorporate that with the more unlimited freedom they have nowadays. There's something definitely to be said about like learning from how constraint can value you while at the same time not feeling completely constrained when you shouldn't be. Like I think there's a middle ground that needs to be struck.
For sure.
And of course he has the and then of course he has the line, I have no desire to see you become a vegetable. Core, you, and I think my final note is literally just, I am enraptured by this character. He has all the best dialogue.
Enraptured. Oh, look at my fancy words. What happened to blowhole meme?
I pull out the fancies when I need it, and then the blooms when I also need it. It's all part of my palette of words. I sometimes I go up here, sometimes I go down there. You just never know. You never know what word is going to come out of my purple face hole.
Oh.
I'm of course talking about my nostrils. With this character, like it is as far as like just the Klingons themselves are concerned, they set a pretty high bar with core. The other Klingons in this episode, we'll get to them. We've already kind of talked about the delivery
of the guards. Yeah.
So yeah, that's my notes for this wonderful conversation.
Yeah, very good. It's good stuff. It's good convo. It's neat tisms. Yeah, I think after that he just gets thrown into the jail, right, with Spock, I think.
Yeah. My next note is Kirk and Spock in prison.
Yeah, pretty much. I think they just have a sit down. It's like, hey, we do the thing or something, and Spock's like, well, no chance. The thick walls. Doesn't seem to be a way out, and there's guards everywhere. Where I don't think I have any specific notes for this part. It's just like they kind of wait for like 6-7-ish hours, I think. Asked, hey, how long do we have? It's like, yeah, 6 hours something. And they decide, like, hey, when we get out of here, we still need to finish the job of stopping them taking this planet as a base. I think that's basically it. Unless I forgot something.
Yeah, I only got a single note for this, and it's not even like anything specific with this scene. It's more just, well, actually it is, but it's like more representative of Kirk's larger journey in this scene. In this episode, where the dialogue makes it very clear that he doesn't really want to save the Organians at this point. He's only doing it now. He's less doing it for moral reasons and more just doing it because he's motivated by his orders and his loyalty to Starfleet and the larger principles there. But personally, he's just like, can I please just fuck him in the face hole? Like, they're so bad.
I don't want to lose against them.
Yeah.
And yeah, then that council head member suddenly appears like, oh, hey, there you are. Come with me. You're going to be safe.
Come with me if you want to live.
And Kirk's like, why would we trust you? You basically doxed us to the people. And it's like, well, you don't really have another choice, do you? And you're like, yeah, fair. And then just go with it. And obviously, when they're back in the council room, it's like, how the fuck did you even get us out of there? Where were all the guards? And it's like, oh, nothing happened to them. They're perfectly fine. And again, I'm just like, what are they? What kind of entity are they? There's something going on. I don't know what yet. But yeah, they take them there, and their reasoning of saving them now is just like, oh, we just couldn't let them hurt you. Because violence bad. Also, you really don't understand us, do you? It's like, is this where Kirk gets really frustrated and yells at them, or is that the next scene?
I think it's have we gotten to the part where Korg receives the news of their escape?
It just popped up on stream. It's like, hey, the prisoners went away. It's like, what? It's like, it's not our fault. I swear. Like, there was like 10 guards and they were looking the whole time. It's like, if you lie to me and just goes like, I swear. That's like a really weird delivery as well.
Yeah, like my one note for the scene where he receives the bad news is that Core is so amazing that they clearly didn't have enough budget left to get actors to play the other Klingons.
Yeah, it's really awkward. Like, I swear. He's like, okay, fine.
I swear. Yeah, and then Kirk confronts the Organians as the next part, so I think that's the part you were talking about.
Yeah, because I think it was like, how is it safe here? That's the first thing they would look at. And how do we even get all the past the guards? But they don't really tell him anything after, or they don't really tell him anything besides, we don't like violence and you don't understand us.
You don't like violence? Oh, the violence will not be tolerated. Violence and vegetable. Like, they need to have a fight in this episode. See who says it more.
Yeah, and I think before he starts to yell, of course, like, hey, we want our prisoners back. You clearly helped them. So we just killed 200 Organians, and in 2 hours we killed 200 more, and so on. It's like, oh, that's not good.
Didn't they bug that room?
I think they did. I just have to assume they do their weird space magic in here. I would have to assume. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, that's because it just occurred to me. It's just like they didn't I don't remember them disabling the bugs, or even learning about the bugs until later.
Because all the guy says like, it's safe here. Source, do trust me.
Oh, okay. Sure. Citation needed, but whatever, man. Whatever.
Yeah. I think this is where Kirk goes like, okay, I don't really like you or your culture, and I don't really respect it, but we're still gonna say stop them because that's our orders, basically. And they want their phasers back. And they're like, no, we're just gonna do some savagery with this or something. It's like, oh, well, give it to me, or I'm gonna take it from you. It's like, you would use force against me? And Kirk says, well, that's up to you.
Are you threatening us with violence? Violence! No, violence!
But we hate violence. You can't do that. Okay, the phasers are over there in the cupboard. Please don't hurt me. Yeah, I don't really have any specific lines of dialogue. Maybe you have. But I just remember him getting really angry.
Yeah. So I have notes all the way up to when they leave the room for this part. So is there anything you need to recap up?
I mean, basically, they take their phasers and their communicators. And then we see the Organians just kind of walk towards the door and talk about what happens next. And like, well, they're gonna wait until nightfall and then they attack the office of Core or whatever. And they're like, well, then we'll wait up until then and let them leave. Okay. And basically say they're gonna do some savagery with it. It's gonna be violent, and they don't like violence.
Oh no, violence! Oh no, violence! Let's see. So Kirk has a line where he goes, "Is that all you can do? Smile?" And it's just like, parallels continuing to build there. When the phaser fire starts, they can hear it, and Kirk goes, "Those are Klingon phasers," and it's like I love that Kirk could specifically recognize because Klingon phasers by the sound, because he feels the need to point it out, which indicates that he would have been more ambiguous about which kind of phaser that would have been if he hadn't specifically recognized it as a Klingon phaser. So I just love that he can recognize a phaser from its sound. Then there's so there's the line, "The Federation has invested a great deal of money in our training," two of which I put, "No money in the future, really." Just no, bad. That's not the Roddenberry vision. Go back to the sex planet where Wesley almost died because he stepped on the grass. He touched grass and almost died.
Because it just happened to be the zone at that moment. And then a couple of minutes later, I would sentence you if the zone wouldn't have moved. It's such a stupid fucking episode. It's so broken.
Oh my god. It's just like, oh, aren't you going to beam Wesley up? No, that's against the Prime Directive. Picard! It's just like, oh, we're going to have to violate the Prime Directive. Just like, yeah, that's a good thing. That was an episode. I should, yeah, that's...
I wish Wesley just died.
I wish Wesley just died. He was the original, this was, you gotta remember, obviously the bar has shifted, but back then, Wesley was the original Ray back then,
right.
Back when the bar was there. Nowadays he's not so bad, but back then he was like what the fuck is this kid doing here and being better than all the adults?
But the space alien said he's gonna be real smart one day.
Yeah. There's gonna be an episode in seasons 4 or 5, and you're gonna watch it, and then I'm gonna get you to rewatch a scene with your eyes closed and just change the meaning. But you'll get there one day.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I always have to navigate the minefield in talking about TNG because I want you to go in pure.
Yeah, Jay has to do the same thing.
Yeah, and also, chat, stop dropping spoilers for other shows in this chat. He hasn't seen them. Anyway, so they say the phasers and the tricorders and the communicators are all in the cupboard, and I look around the room and I see them. If I'm to assume there are cupboards off screen, there can be maybe 3 cupboards in this entire room. And Kirk and Spock did not think to check the cupboards first.
Nah. The thing is, in the safe somewhere, it's no, they're just in there. You could have grabbed them anytime.
Yeah, you literally could have, they're on the way into the room, dude. You could have checked that. Would probably be the first place you look really realistic. Maybe the second, depending on your eye line. But,
I mean, there's not, realistically, there's not too many places to check for anything, to be honest. There's the big table. There's a thing behind Spock there. And then I guess to the right from us, there's the cupboard. And then there's maybe something behind them. Wouldn't be hard to find, to be honest. And yeah.
A little bit of an issue. It would have taken 30 seconds. So let's see. So kind of in the beginning where he says oh yeah, if something goes wrong, leave without me. The ship's more important. Kirk's integrity continues to shine through. He fucking hates the Organians with all of his soul, with all of his principles. But he's more than willing to go out and die for them because that's just the kind of man James T. Kirk is. He's more than willing to live up to his larger principles than his personal grievances. That's why we love him. That's why we love the James Tiberius.
I'm a big fan of Gary Tiberius. He's a good lad.
There's something I forgot to mention in that stream actually. So,
sure.
Star Trek Into Darkness, which is the second J.J. Abrams Star Trek reboot, but not really a reboot. It's complicated. Film. The Star Trek is complicated like that. Where there's another villain. They were thinking about villains to use, and Gary was one of the options. And you know why they didn't? I want you to guess. Why do you think they didn't go with Gary as the villain. Like this really, because he could be really cool with a big budget, right? All the godlike powers and everything, and the personal aspect with Kirk. Like, well, why do you think they didn't go with him?
I don't know. Shatner wanted Gary to be his boy. I don't know.
So the reason they didn't do it is because his name was Gary.
Okay.
Because they didn't think anyone could take a villain called Gary seriously.
Then name him something else. You can do that. That's easy.
Yeah, you could have a similar character who's like, if it's really that much of a problem for you, and for me, it's not really. I just like to make fun of it because it is a little bit funny, but not funny enough to ruin my investment. It's just kind of, it's funny to talk about in conversation, but then if he's doing like really cool shit, I'm not exactly going to care. The guy's name is Gary. That's his birth.
Yeah.
Like it could actually be like a funny contrast where, you don't expect him to be as intimidating as he is because of his name, and then. Suddenly he's like this godlike entity who happens to be called Gary, and it's like you could do something with that. God damn it! But again, that's those films are written. The first two of those films were written by Roberto Orci and Alex Kurtzman. You get what's on the tin with those two.
All right.
Yeah. So second last note for this, but probably the last significant note is. So Kirk and Spock leave the room, and the doors open on their own. And
they do.
There's no reason they should, because those are hingy doors, as we have established. They are primitive doors, and they don't know about the whole true nature of the Organians, which we get more hints about at the end of this scene. So that was which is my final note. I don't understand why they're not going. What the fuck? Why the door?
That's a good point, actually. I think I noticed it, but I just didn't think about it. It's like, it just opened for them, I guess. And I was like, wait, that's kind of weird, actually. I don't know why I didn't write that down. Because I remember noticing it, but then I just didn't write it down because I'm stupid.
I think it's one of those like second viewing weirdness things where it's like there's so much going on already that like it's only when you kind of have full context for everything that you start noticing the smaller stuff.
For shizzle. Right.
Yeah.
So you have one more, or is that for later when we have more context?
Oh, so I actually mixed my final note in with the door thing, which was we get more hints about the Organians.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Nice. So they prepare to attack Core, and they attack the set of the pilot episode.
Oh, yeah, that's you've actually already ticked off part of my first note. My second part of that first note is that day for night is fucking horrendous, especially when you see Kirk and Spock in the distant shot.
Yeah, because I saw that says like, I will never forget that weird barbarian guy jumping down that thing. It's just never gonna leave my mind because it was so funny. And I see this like, that's from the pilot episode.
Yeah, and show Kirk and Spock looking like the back shot of Kirk and Spock in the castle in the distance, and just see what they're trying to sell as nighttime. Just I wanna. There it is.
There, it's night. I swear, it's nighttime.
They lowered the brightness by 20%, guys. It's nighttime now.
But look, the fire is on. That means it's dark.
Yeah, but for some reason the fire is darker too. It's not emitting light. Oh, that's really dark fire. What if I'm funny about that? Like, I actually went on a journey when I noticed that it was the same set as the menagerie. Oh no, the cage. Sorry. But also the menagerie. It was the episode was the footage was recycled in the menagerie. But because initially, I was like, oh wait a minute, the menagerie had aired like about 12 episodes before this, so audiences would be able to recognize that.
Yeah.
And then I remembered, wait a minute, this was aired in black and white on a very small TV. This is when I realized like a lot of the things I'm noticing might not have been noticeable back then.
Yeah, you probably can get away with a bunch of stuff that you can't today because it's way too obvious.
Yeah, like recycling the set probably isn't, and the day for night, I think especially probably would have worked a lot better when this was in black and white.
Oh, yeah,
because you can't really tell either way.
Damn it, I was blowing my nose. I thought you would talk longer. Right. Yeah. So yeah, they raid the place. They say it's like, put your faces on stun, but we have to kill if it has to be. Understood? It's like perfectly clear. No worries there.
Yeah. So pragmatism.
Yeah. They shoot their way in. They take out those 2 guards. They go in. Then the the Organians are like, well, time to do the thing. And they kind of go to like into a stance where it looks like they're praying or something. So yeah, they're definitely up to some shenaniglorms.
Ooh.
Kor is telling one of his guards, oh, okay, it's time. Get 200 more of those little rascals so we can shoot them as well. And it's like, okay, sir, we gotta do that. And 3 guards come around. The guy that's supposed to get the other people is getting taken by Kirk with the string from his clothes, and he's kind of strangling. It's like, you tell me what's up, or I'm gonna kill you right here. I think he says, like legitimately. It's like, hey, is Kor in this office over there? It's like, yeah. Are you about to get more people to kill? It's like, yeah. Okay, thanks for the info. And then Spock, do your thing. And then he does the Spock thing. He's like, and falls down. Oh yeah, before that, there's like this thing like, hey Spock, how are chances? And he's like, hard to be precise, but it's like 7,226.7 to 1. He's like, no, how to be precise? It's like, really? Why do you do this? And then they get
Vulcan.
Yeah, and then they go inside. They get these guards, and it's like, oh well, we're now just below 7,000 to 1. I'm surprised we got this far. He says, just a little fun dialogue there that I remember.
Yeah. Also, like you get like when they're just storming the castle, there is the best stunt falls you have ever seen on film or TV.
Oh, were they weird? I think I just kind of ignored them, to be honest. Should I go back and show them?
Maybe, yeah. I remember them being funny for some reason. Like, there's just some. Maybe it was because it was late when I was writing the notes, but it was just something about the way they fell.
Okay, let's have a look here. Let's have a look here. So chat. There's a guy. It's kind of hard to tell because they're in the shadows, and there's a guy. So
yeah.
Let's see. So this guy clearly falls onto something down here. Oh, we get like a far shot. Okay, let's see. Let's go frame by frame. So it doesn't even look like he's falling. He's just legit just jumping down from that thing. Like he's not even really falling, that guy on the left.
Yep.
So he just lands on his feet. He's like, I think I'm unconscious now. Okay, let's look at this guy. He's gonna fall down the stairs. So let's see if he's gonna do something funny. Well, VLC, you've been nice this whole time, and the one time I want to show something, you floomp up? Seriously? God damn it, VLC. Hasn't happened once yet. And it's like, oh, you want to show something?
The structural integrity is failing, Captain.
Sure is. Okay, let's see here.
You would think they would have fixed that in like the 20 years VLC has been around, but...
Okay, let's see. Is he doing something floompy? Well, he's kind of on his force here in the middle. And it's like, oh, I'm not all the way down yet. Okay, almost there. Okay, I'm out of shot. Okay, got it. I know, I didn't notice anything when I was watching it because it goes faster. But yeah, it looks kind of funny. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's one of those things that sometimes you pick up, sometimes you don't. And And you mentioned the Vulcan neck pinch or nerve pinch. I think both names are valid. Which was actually established in an earlier episode, which we'll probably talk about eventually. There's an interesting. I considered whether or not I would save this story for that episode, but I figured this is the first time we're seeing it on the Forge, so I might as well bring it up now. So there isn't. So the script where Spock.
Yes, Vok and Vulu.
Yep. Vok, that's a Beast Wars villain. Species. So the script called for like Spock to karate chop or to like beat the enemy unconscious, but Leonard Nimoy felt that his character wouldn't be that inelegant with how he would dispatch an enemy. Yeah, it would be a bit too brutish. So he improvised like a much cleaner method of incapacitating, which I think at the time he kind of envisioned it as like he has like electricity in his fingers that like incapacitates the enemy, which I'm a little bit more that explanation never survived outside of Leonard Nimoy's head. It's very clearly
I've never heard that before, actually. I think a nerve pinch is I don't know, seems more believable, I guess.
Yeah, like especially if the Vulcans, because the Vulcans they would be able to do something like that more easily than certain other species, because they've got Vulcans have like they have power creep like nothing else. They just keep giving them more and more abilities over time, so you can believe it. You got to imagine how much does an average Vulcan need to eat, because they've got super strength, they've got super powered brain, and they're very they've got to have like that ironclad will, because their emotions are very violent under the surface. Like there's so much going on with Vulcans, and you gotta like imagine like what do you eat in an average day, like Mr. Vulcan? Do you have like a very like nutritionally dense food? Like if you eat like a whole cheesecake, does that like do nothing for you? I'm curious.
Oh, what a great time just eating a whole cheesecake. Fuck yeah.
Yeah. Protein cheesecake, dude.
Protein. So yeah, they get to Kor's office, Fleems, and like, hey, here we are. We got you now. And it's like, oh, well, dang. Well, you're gonna kill me now? It's like, no, not really. That's not what we do. And I don't even remember what Kor all says, but it's basically just boils down to, well, I'm always being... What was it? He's like talking about the Klingons, and it's like, well, it's really good. Like, we're all one Oh, yeah, now it's coming back to me. For some reason, I didn't write this down. Because I think Kor basically goes, oh, well, mercy. That's your one weakness. We Klingons, we believe in all the same thing. We're being surveillanced all the time, so we have to all pull on the same string so we don't get fleamed over by whoever is above us. Like even me, I'm being constantly surveillanced, and that's basically just all a build up to telling everyone the guards to arrive, because he's constantly being surveillanced because he's being surveillanced by the guards, and they quickly arrive to fuck their shit up.
Yes. And I especially like that. I do like that was also that him describing that as in response to Kirk, specific, like he's going like, oh, you might as well kill me now. And it's just like, and Kirk's just like, we're only going to kill you if we have to. That was, and then that leads into that was a nice little thing. I've not got any notes until well, I describe it as a game of everything is made of lava.
Pretty much. So yeah, they think they got him, but then guards arrive, which is only like 4, so it's not even that bad. But they arrive and everyone drops their weapon. It's like, ah! I was like, what's happening here? They try to grab each other and hit each other. It was like, hot. And then we get like a short like a short thing on the Enterprise where everyone is like, ah, damn, this is all hot. I was like,
Owie.
it was like, what the fuck is happening? It's like, we just want to fight. Why are you all so fucking intensely hot? And not in the sexual way,
Winky
like
wink.
in the literal way. And then the Orgasmians arrive. I was like, so, man, you're on a fight. I was like, what the fuck are you doing?
Violence
Not on our planet. And how do you? I mean, the short version is they're like, yeah, we didn't really want to interfere with everyone because we think you're all kind of dumb with your stupid fighting stuff. So now every time you fight, everything is like 350 degrees hot now. Because get wrecked. I was like, what? How did you do that?
What? Okay.
And basically they unravel their true beings, which is their beings of pure energy and thought. And they just decided, you're done fighting. If you fight, it's just going to be really hot and you can't do anything. And also this happens to everyone in space, so all your fleets are wrecked as well. And if you don't decide, they basically go, yeah, no war for you anymore, you silly buggers. And if you do, all your fleets, no matter where they are, will be immobilized. Because we'll get wrecked. You don't get to fight. And it's basically like, well, we don't normally interfere, but you've been so fucking annoying on our planet that we're just gonna tell you to stop.
No more. Bad species. Bad. Go to your room.
Yeah.
No more violence.
And then you have like this really cool scene where Core and Kirk first go like at each other, like, we have legitimate grievances. You broke these treaties and you attacked this, and they go back and forth. I didn't wrote down the exact things, but it's like these political things. It's like, oh, you were asking for. It's like, no, you took away our whatever the fucks, and you crippled our economy and whatnot. And then at some point they turn to the Organians and it's like, what right do you have to just stop us from doing this? It's like, what you have legitimate grievances and you have no right. And they go like, for war, the killing of millions of innocents and whatnot. And I think this part is probably the most interesting in the show, and
yeah,
I think could be easily glossed over, because it's on one hand, Kirk's like, oh yeah, it's actually kind of silly that I really want to do this, even though I never wanted this war, which he comes back to at the end. But he's also kind of also has a point. Like, only because you're like these higher beings, what right do you have to tell us to stop, right? It's like this whole thing, because just to close it in there, they're like billions of years old beings, and they just evolve to these higher beings, so they don't even have any any bodies anymore. Exactly. They're just these energy beings, and they're better. They're evolved. They can just do stuff if they think about it, basically. And yeah, it's just like, it's an interesting thing to think about. It's like, hey, you might be so high and mighty and you can just do this, but should you? Should you do that?
This is the Star Trek moment of the episode where like a moral question is raised, a moral point is brought up, and then you as the audience go, you're both making good points, and I don't, who's right? I don't, because like there's this, but then there's,
exactly.
You know, it's one of those things. I think that was, I don't actually have many notes on that part, because it was one of those points where it's like, I don't know who I'm, you know, I much prefer that nowadays. I much prefer that to nowadays, where they try to make moral points, but they're trying to beat you over the head with one side of an argument, and it's not even like really not even well argued. It's more like, here are both sides. You decide what the right decision was, what the wrong decision was. The important thing is more that the characters are reacting to the conundrum in character. There you go. I got a few bits. I got a few other bits and bobs for this part as well that are more like minutia. So, if the weapons are radiating a temperature of 350 degrees,
shouldn't they melt?
Why is? Well, they should maybe melt, but they should also. Shouldn't everyone have third-degree burns?
Oh yeah. I think at those temperatures, it's pretty quickly. It happens really quick.
Remember, poor Sulu, he jumped out of the captain's chair, so his entire back, like arse, gooch, balls, and all, should probably like be singed, right? Like,
yeah,
maybe. And like, if all the instruments on the bridge are radiating that temperature, does that mean that they're, or if the Enterprise itself is a weapon of violence? You know, because they specifically say that it is instruments, all instruments of violence now radiate temperature. Just like, oh, so they're cooking on the Enterprise right now? That's just a giant, like a giant cooker?
They did the violence. Hypocrites.
Like, you know, they could have said, oh, we have made it so that these weapons, that anything that causes violence will not be handled, like something that would indicate it's more like a psychological thing. But no, they literally say they radiate this temperature now, and it's like, no, you don't understand what you've done. So yeah, that was just something I found funny. Well, maybe they only felt hot and weren't actually. No. They say, this is the line, quote for quote: all instruments of violence now radiate a temperature of 350 degrees. It's a little bit more than it should probably do a little bit of damage to them. Also, I love Core in this scene. I do. Yeah. But I was very distracted by how funny the camera angles were whenever they cut back to him.
Yeah, because really close. You know, I can probably grab one here.
Yeah, it's close, and I think it's a wide-angle lens as well, so it's got the distortion there.
God damn it, where is it? There it is. It looks really weird.
Yeah. It's like, you're what? It's like every line... And because he's very, you know, he's very like amped up in this scene, it exaggerates his facial expressions and exaggerates his delivery so much. It's just like, why did you choose that angle for that part? I mean, I appreciate it as a memer myself, but as like as an appreciator of storytelling, I question your decision. And Spock says. Probably the most famous line of this episode, when they reveal themselves as energy beings and they disappear. He goes like, I would say the Organians are as above us on the evolutionary scale as we are to the amoeba.
Yeah.
And that's just like, yep, that puts it into scale. And I think that might be the thing that coined the term onto an amoeba, which just describes like relations to godlike entities compared to more regular folk. Yeah, that's always a interesting one. And spoiler alert, the Klingons and Federation don't stop fighting after this episode. There's still plenty of conflict to come. So so did the Organians just stop giving a fuck? Was it just like, get off my lawn and then you can fight again?
I guess so.
Yeah, that's not necessarily a problem with this episode. It's just kind of like, they didn't really think. It's very clear they didn't intend the Klingons to probably come back, because the whole way TOS was designed is that it's meant to be like you could re-air these episodes in syndication in any order and it would still make sense. So there's very little episode to episode like carryover continuity. Like there are exceptions, of course, but for the most part, which is why I have a lot of freedom when I show you these episodes, because I can just plop them in any order and they'll mostly make sense.
Nice.
Mostly. There's this, there are occasional things where I would like to do it in a certain order because it makes sense to me, but I don't need to be too stringent with it for it to make sense overall.
It's kind of rude to come to someone's house and start throwing chairs at each other.
True. Get out of my house, or I'll burn you.
Burn you.
Stop violence, or I'll burn you. I did like their little parting lines. Their parting lines where where Kor goes like, "Oh, it's a shame. It would have been glorious." It's just like, "Oh, you."
You're a Klingon, aren't you? Or Klingon, whatever you want. Klingon.
Yeah. And I do like Kirk's quiet contemplation at the end, where he's so embarrassed that he was upset about not.
You're awfully quiet today. It's like, yeah, I was upset that I couldn't fight a war that I didn't want, so it was kind of silly.
Yeah.
And also, it's like how scary it is to figure out that we're not actually the strongest being in the universe.
Not going to be the first time, Kirk. Not going to be the first time.
Yeah.
I can't wait to show you Star Trek 5. It's going to be great. No spoilers, chat!
Jared!
I'm going to... Like, Star Trek 5, whenever we get around to that, that's going to be like the one time I feel like I'm going to have to record the reaction, because it's going to be priceless, I think. Yeah. I've seen you. I saw you dropping DS9 things. It's just like, don't you dare. The only other thing is that there's I actually have to go back to the initial scene where Kirk is pleading for them to be defended, because I couldn't mention their true nature by that point.
Right.
So it's actually I think it's quite clever that certain parts of that certain parts of how that scene is laid out, because Kirk is operating under the assumption that they're a primitive culture, and the Organians keep denying his advances, and he's interpreting that as, oh, you are primitive savages who don't know any better. You're so ignorant. Meanwhile, the actual explanation is, no, we don't need you, because we are so above you that we don't need your help. It's kind of funny. It's kind of this fun, like, misdirection on the rewatch that I appreciate.
Yeah. I actually like that episode more now that we talked about it, because I was missing a lot of context. But I expected that to happen, because while I was watching, it's like, I don't even know if any of this makes sense, but I'm probably going to get references for that, and now I like it a bunch.
Yeah.
Because when I watch it without context, it's like, I guess that's all right, but I don't know. I don't know if it makes sense in the show. Yeah, it's good stuff.
And then the Organians don't appear again until 2004.
Oh.
That was a big year for TOS resurgences, I'm realizing.
Oh my. Oh my.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so that's the Klingons. How did you did you know that the Klingons look different in TOS before watching this?
I had no idea, and I was a little bit confused when I saw them. Like, you look different. That's not Worf. Klingons? Where are your flaps? I miss your flaps. But I thought that would be the case, because lower budget and whatever makes schmelly sense.
Yeah, it's a good time. And fucking Discovery Klingons. It felt like, because they had to make up chains once, they used another excuse to make them look horrible in Discovery, which you'll get to one day. You'll find out, like, how they ruin the Klingons in Discovery, but you'll get there. Enjoy the Klingons while they last, please. I beg you.
I've been enjoying the Klingons so far. The Worf episode was interesting. I liked how they portrayed the Klingons, except the part where that one Klingon randomly picks up a child just to say, "We don't take hostages." It's like, okay, then why did you fucking pick up that child, you freak?
Oh yeah, that's something I was going to mention about this episode, is that the Klingons are very clearly taking hostages, while in the 24th century, that's clearly a cultural faux pas.
Yeah.
And actually, I think there's going to be references later on in 24th century stuff that contradict. Consistency errors are universal in media sometimes, unfortunately. It's more a matter of degrees, really.
Yeah.
Like, it's interesting. It's so weird talking about TOS, because there is so much because because obviously TNG, DS9, Voyager, you know, that era of Trek came along, and they kind of that was the era that cemented the rules of Trek, which makes me it's weird for me to talk about TOS because I almost have to treat that as the continuity fuck up, the earlier work, even though technically it's the later work that's contradicting it, but then the later work is more consistent within itself.
I see. It gets complicated.
Yeah, it does. It's not as straightforward as a lot of the stuff talked about on EFAP, where it's just straight contradiction and then the contradictions contradict the contradictions sort of thing. It's more like there are two points in time where one is where they started establishing rules, one was where the rules were kind of episode to episode, and it's like it's complicated. It's so complicated.
Oh my, oh my. Oh.
Stop hurting him. No.
Stab. Hey, we're not done yet. Because why would we? We do 2 episodes. Because we also have the Balance of Terror.
What a title.
What a title. I really, really like that episode.
So do I.
I think it's great, actually. I think it's really, really good.
Same here. Same here. We are
and that's it. See you next. No, I was just kidding. Yeah, because this episode has a lot of bridge porn, and I love bridge porn. It's good stuff.
Yeah.
Everyone is competent and does things and smart and stuff. And also the enemies are smart. And it's great. I love it. I was very, very invested in this episode. Let's see.
Same here.
While the other episode was much more focused on like dialogue and stuff, this is more the actions that take place, I would say.
Yes, indeed.
And it's all very, very smart. Where did my fleams go? There are my fleams. And then I click these fleams. Click. Oh my god, look. Moving pictures. Whoa! So, technology.
Is that legal?
So yeah, this is the episode where the Romulans first appear. And,
dun, dun.
Yeah. The episode actually starts with a wedding ceremony. And we get a thing with Kirk's like, hey, let me know if anything happens. I just have to do the ceremony. So just holla at me, bro, if anything is happening. And I see this episode. It's like, okay, one of these two is definitely going to be dead by the end. There's no chance it's not going to happen. This is the only reason this is here. And
what, you mean Lieutenant What's-His-Face and Ensign No Name aren't going to be pivotal going forward?
No.
I'm shocked.
Yeah. Also, wait, something I noticed, though they just look at the footage here again, something I noticed in this episode, why is Kirk's eyes always getting shined with bright lights?
Must be a lighting convention of the time.
Because when he's on the bridge, it's also the case. Like, specifically his eye and part of his forehead is like always lit up with a light. And it was weird. I don't know why that's a thing.
Yeah. They go really dramatic with some of the lighting in this episode, I noticed, especially towards the end. Something about this scene. I think my very first note is, because we open with Kirk setting up not Kirk, but just the camera being set up for the ceremony.
Right.
And I go, yes, the sophisticated 23rd century camera. The 19th century was making a comeback at the time, because this is it looks like just an old timey like.
Yeah, it's like a big ass lens on it, and he's just kind of turning it. It's like, ooh.
Yeah, you got like the fold out thing going on. It's like it's very clear they just took an old camera and just stuck it in a wall.
Yeah. So yeah, they're about to start the ceremony, and then battle stations, red alert, wee, shit's gonna happen.
Yeah,
and everyone is not hesitating. No one is going like, oh man, we were about to have a good time. It's like, nope, straight to business. It's like, bam, we have red alert. Let's go.
Yeah,
Functioning crew, very good.
Oh yeah. Very good. Though, what I noticed with the wedding is that everyone is in standard uniforms with like and we
That's
have
true,
dress
yeah.
uniforms, and there are dress uniforms in TOS, so they could have been dressing in those. And like the bride and groom, they're just in their regular things, and with the bride just kind of has some shit on her head. And I think I wrote in my notes. I think I know I'm reading it right now. It's they somehow managed to cheap out on a wedding in a future without money.
Damn. That's really cheap. They really cheap out. So yeah, and then we get just a whole bunch of bridge stuff, which is just really great. So they go to full alert, and we get kind of an explanation what has happened. So basically, lost comms to a couple of Earth stations. I think it's 2 and 4 or something. And they're pretty close to the neutral zone. And all I was thinking when I heard them talk about the neutral zone and explaining is like, man, I wish I would have seen that episode a couple of weeks back before I got to the neutral zone in TNG, because I had no fucking clue what the neutral zone is. They kind of explain it, but we get a full explanation here, which was really, really nice.
Yes, this is the very first reference to the neutral zone.
Which I figured because they make a big deal out of it. So basically, the neutral zone is like a zone between the Romulan Empire and the Earth outpost sector, they say. Yeah, I guess Starfleet zone. I don't know how you would call the Federation. It's just a Federation side.
Yeah, it's just like this is Starfleet territory, this is Romulan territory, and the zone in between is where you don't go. Otherwise, you get the schlum.
Yeah,
in the schlum.
And those triangles you see here on screen, those are outposts from Earth or from the Federation or whatever. I found it kind of weird that they call them Earth outposts, because I don't think they're anywhere close to Earth. So, I know. I expect them to call them like Starfleet outposts or something.
Yeah, it's this is back when they were still figuring out the terminology.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you see me remove any messages, chat, it's not because I'm trying to censor you. I'm keeping spoils. I'm policing spoils.
Okay.
Yeah, just trying to police those spoils as best I can. Because some people don't know, and that's okay if you don't know that what is and is not okay. But I will have you know that not only am I trying to police spoils, but Jay specifically told me not to spoil anything for Moodle. So I'm both.
You're all against me.
Yeah, we're conspiring to preserve your viewership experience. Like it's the conspiracy of the century. You know.
Oh my.
Fuck MK Ultra. So this map, I think I went. Well, in my notes I have. Yes, the high-tech map of the 23rd century. A
Romulan
grid with
Empire neutral zone.
Also, I would have forgiven this as an anachronism, but they literally refer to the two planets of the Romulan Empire as the two main planets of the Romulan Empire as Romulus and Remus. Yet on the map, what is Remus called?
Romy. Romy. I don't know.
Is it meant to be Rom 2? Because that also would not make sense.
Rom 2. What's on Rom 1? Or does that not exist anymore?
Is that meant? I think Rom 1 Romulus, and then Remus is called Rom 2 because it's the second one, but isn't they're twin planets and they're I'm having a stroke.
I mean, I just have to believe you. I thought it's just called Romulus and Romy.
No, because you hear in the because in the captain's log he goes, yes, the twin planets of Romulus and Remus, which are completely consistent throughout the rest of Trek.
That's interesting.
But on the map it's not. I don't know what happened.
That's weird. So yeah, the neutral zone that has been established after the Romulans and humans had a big old war all the way back when, and Spock calls them primitive. They still had primitive spaceships, and it was a war fought with conventional nuclear weapons, like the plebs we were back in the day.
Yes,
and also important. Those spaceships back in the day, apparently, they did not have any visuals on them. So Romulans have never seen humans before, and humans have never seen Romulans before. It's like, God. Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. Let's get world building. I love world building. We get history. And unlike other things that are established in TOS, this actually stays. They don't have to retcon they don't have to retcon it too much later. Emphasis on the too much.
Yeah, and it's interesting because I assume this confrontation and then the confrontation we get in the other Neutral Zone episode that I just watched. I guess those were the two that came back to back then, because they say it's been like 70 years or 40 years or whatever since the last contact through the Neutral Zone.
Yeah, there's like the Romulans make like one or two more appearances in the TOS era after this.
Okay, so there's some more. Okay.
Yeah, I think there's one more episode in the series, and then I think there is at least one Romulan appearance in the movies. I think it might be in Star Trek V. Okay. Yeah, but then after that, it's like no gozo. After that, it's possible they fucked up the. Okay, so here's the thing about TNG season 1 and 2 and sort of 3, kind of, is that Gene Roddenberry, he really wanted TOS to not be canon and wanted TNG to be a fresh start, and none of the other writers wanted that, but Gene Roddenberry wanted that. So they were at the very least disregarding the movies for a tiny bit. They stopped disregarding them later, but I don't think it affects too much in the show itself, because there were writers in there fighting to keep TOS in there. But stuff like the dates and stuff that are given for Last Contact, they might be a little bit skewed because of that, like, desire by Gene Roddenberry.
All right.
Yeah.
And yeah, after we get an explanation, we see that they're like on their way to the Neutral Zone, and the captain, which is Kirk, if you didn't know, hails the whole ship and is like, hey, we're heading to the Neutral Zone. There might be conflict, and I need everybody to know that in the grand scheme of all of this happening right now, the stations and our ship are considered expendable in order to hold the peace between the Romulans and humans. Basically telling everyone this might be a one-way trip.
Yes. Because a big interscale, there's one ship versus whole interstellar conflict. You probably just want to... Yeah. You just sacrifice the night there. It's fine.
Some of you may die, but that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, just that's just some good stuff. We get some pretty good explanation what is happening. We get some world building, and then also Kirk going like, "Hey, just gonna let you know, it might be a one-way trip, and we can't afford any errors on all stations."
Yes. So there's a couple of things I found interesting or kind of funny. So we meet Mr. I don't like Romulans man.
Styles.
Styles, yes. Every time he's referred to as Mr. Styles, I'm just like, wow, Harry Styles went far after One Direction.
See, I think about the pro wrestler AJ Styles when I heard Styles. Styles. So there you go. It's two different things.
Yeah, it seems like an exploitable name in that case. Yeah, but the line that I have more notes about him later, of course. But the main
he's
thing,
a bigot.
big old bigot, big old bigotry.
Yeah.
But he says when they're talking about the shape and the look of the Romulan ship, he says they're painted like a giant bird of prey, And all I could think was, oh, what a coincidence. That's actually what the ship is called. Like, that's actually what the Romulans call it, a Romulan bird of prey.
Yeah.
Wow, what a coinky dink there.
I was just surprised when we actually see the ship for the first time. There's actually like some kind of warbird painted on it. I was like, oh, I didn't expect that.
Yeah, they went very like literal in this era. That was it's also like actually I'm going to point this out for the next time you see the Romulans in TNG, because it's probably not too much of a spoil to say that you don't just see them the one time in TNG.
I mean, they told us they are back, so
yeah, you would hope they would actually be back, but that same it's more subtle with the TNG warbirds versus the bird of prey.
Well, because their ship just looked more like a bird with a beak on front and stuff.
Yeah, but if you look at the underside and the top, I believe there is still some like feathering there. It's just it blends in more with the ship coloring, so it's not as obvious that it's there.
Yeah.
But I think it's still there with them. I think it's less like individual feathers and more like there are just general patterns that can look like feathers. Broadly, which
funnily enough, I still remember the warbird design because I always found it pretty cool. Quite like it.
It's this kind of thing where you're like, there are parts of that ship that would be very difficult to aim. Actually, no, I know for a fact that there are certain parts of that ship that are difficult to aim at because, okay, tangent time. There is a game called Star Trek Commander, where you get to play the captain of a starship, including a Galaxy-class starship, which is the same class of starship as the Enterprise D, and you fight Romulans in that game, and that you can like manually. It's so cool. You can like manually aim your phasers if you want to. And when I'm in that manual aiming mode and the fucking warbird comes up, I keep shooting through the fucking gaps in the fucking thing because it's designed that way. And I'm just like, you pricks! You brilliantly designed pricks! So that's my that's my PTSD as a Starfleet captain coming back. I need to play that game on stream sometime. That's such a fun game.
It's on GOG. You can buy it on GOG.
Yeah, there's like all the Star Trek games on GOG. It's great.
There's a lot of them. I checked while I was talking to Jay because Jay was wondering about Star Trek games, and I told him about the RTS. Because I played that back in the day a whole bunch, and I remember enjoying it. So that might be a random stream I'm gonna do with Jay at some point. Yeah. Maybe if you're around, you can join in as well. I wonder if the co-op for that still works. Yeah. Or not the co-op, the whatever. We'll sort it out.
Yeah, there's also like, do you know Sins of the Solar Empire?
Yeah. Did I play that one? I know of it.
Because there is a mod for there's a total conversion mod for that called Star Trek Armada 3, which is basically a modernized version of the game you're talking about.
I haven't played it. I do have it though. I think I got it in a Humble Bundle like 7,000 years ago. I don't know.
Yeah, so that might be, we could like play the old games, but then we could also try out the mod as well, just to see if, see how that goes. That could be a lot of fun. I imagine the Borg are probably pretty overpowered, but you'll get there when you get there.
Imagine now I would have said, "Wait, who the Borg?"
Yeah, but
imagine I would have known. Man, that would have been a surprise.
Yeah, the only reason I had the confidence to mention the Borg there is because you mentioned that you played Armada, and the Borg are like pretty.
Oh, I know about the Borg for sure. Yeah.
It's I remember I got my last girlfriend. I got the brilliant experience of taking her through TNG, and she knew nothing about it. And when the Borg show up, it was like a handshaking moment. It was like, oh, I got to preserve this experience for one person on this planet.
I mean, I think they kind of hint at it at the Borg for the first time in that Romulan episode. Right.
Yeah, like when they were scooping out entire cities from the ground and stuff.
It's all gone, and the Roman's like, "Yeah, that wasn't us, by the way." That's why we're checking because we just found it kind of weird up too.
Yeah. So wait, you can't scoop entire cities? No, can you? No. It's just like, this is awkward.
Oh, that's good to know. Okay. But what? Fuck, what is out there?
Oh. It's weird. It's gross. It makes me feel unclean.
Yeah, I played Bridge Crew, which is a VR version.
Oh yeah,
it's pretty short, but that was pretty fun. I grabbed like 3 friendos and we played that.
Yeah, did you get the TNG DLC for that one?
Yeah, you get the no, I got the TOS DLC. I think the TOS is the DLC of it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you have like the old ship with the old
big buttons,
everything. It's like there's nothing on those buttons as well. Like you have to test it. I was like, what does that do? It's like actually just red, green, blue. It doesn't say anything.
They're all M&Ms.
Yeah, that game was pretty fun.
Well,
bit short though.
Yeah, they did put out a TNG DLC later as well, so that might be worth checking out now that you're getting into that sort of thing. But maybe a little bit further into your watch through. I don't know what spoils they're going to bring out because I know the Borg is in the DLC. So that's a thing. They're not in Bridge Commander though. You have to mod in the Borg. There's so many mods for Bridge Commander. Holy shit, it's actually unreal. Very moddable game.
The
so
TNG
what I find
DLC is mixed.
I don't know what that means. It might mean it's just. Hopefully that just means. I don't know. Because sometimes mixed. Okay.
Suffered horrendously from developer shortcuts and rush to cash in on the TNG.
Oh no! Oh no! No! Don't tell me that. Oh.
Let's see. Instead of the TNG Bridge Crew, you get 4 nearly complete non-interactive TNG uniform models with poorly synced voiceovers in the generic Bridge one-click interaction. Oh no, that sounds lame.
Oh, that's a shame.
Do
that's
not
a
buy
real
it
shame.
full price. Get it on sale if you can accept these extreme limitations.
Okay.
That sounds a bit lame.
Okay. Does sound a little bit lame. So this scene right here, like this is I was kind of alluding to this earlier, you know, with how budget limitations can kind of present some interesting creative challenges where they can't show what the Romulans have done. They can't show, they can't show war footage. They can't show flashbacks. They can't cold open the show with like these asteroids being devastated by this unseen enemy.
Right.
So what do they have to? What's that?
Right. That's it.
Oh, right. Yes. Cool. What they have to do is it's much more like a stage play where it's the characters' reactions and the historical details about what occurred that build up the threat of the Romulans. There's something about that I do miss that sort of thing to an extent. Like, obviously, I think I'm not saying, stop giving them big budgets or stop bringing in visual effects, because the rot is much deeper than just having more freedom. It's but I do think learning from the benefits of practical restraints and trying to find that middle ground and use the spectacle where it's appropriate, but times where less is more. I think there's something worth learning there. And I think my final note for this scene, and it's actually a good note because it transitions into the very next part when they're getting ready for battle, is they go energize phasers. And I just didn't think that the word energize would have to go through its own arc before settling in the transporter room, but here we are.
Yeah, it's good stuff. And they do all that stuff in like 7 minutes. Yeah. Pretty good.
Yeah.
Those fucking ear devices they have, I hate them so much. Like, honestly, they look so fucking stupid. I don't know what they were thinking. Like, even back in the day. Like, it looks so stupid.
Hey, man, they use spray bottles. That was...
I mean, just look at these things. How could they possibly be more usable than a normal fucking headset?
Your guess is as good as mine. I think it looks okay in a horror's ear because my ear then translates it to like a feminine ear ring, but then Spock's ear, it's like that's
like what is this? I hate them so much. Like, honestly, I fucking hate them. So stupid.
Oh, so like we can't have a standard headset. What do we do?
It's like the smallest thing, but man, every time I see them, it's like, ugh, get them out of your ear. And then they get them out of the ear. It's like this big chunky thing. It's like, ugh. How far did they go
Trek
in?
Predicted Bluetooth. No, Star Trek predicted Bluetooth with this headset. Clearly, this is what they were going for. They saw the future, but they got a scrambled vision.
Anyway.
Oh no, Spock can't see the Romulans. He's wearing AirPods.
Right. So yeah, they get closer and closer. They're like a couple of minutes away. Then we get another couple scene before they got married. Furthering just like, yeah, one of you is gonna die. I know. I get it.
Marriage blue-balled.
Pretty much.
And there's one guy in the engine room who's like appears for like 3 seconds and he looks like Bill Murray. I think he's like in like the overalls, like by the warp core. I just wanted to point that out because I like it when actors look like other actors because I don't know, it tingles something in my brain.
It tingles the flingle.
Yeah.
Right.
One beatman on the Enterprise.
It's actually a pretty funny frame to stop on. I'll use that one.
Excellent.
Because yeah, they finally get a hold of one of the outposts who has been attacked once.
Man, that sodomy must be really good.
That what?
That sodomy must be really good.
Sure.
You hit right. The male G spot is in the arse, by the way, just so we know.
Right in the prostate. It's getting late.
True fact, the part of the brain that is associated with orgasm is also the same part of the brain associated with bowel retention. Just so you know.
Come yum.
Yeah.
So yeah, anyway, they finally get to hail one of the outposts, and they've been attacked once, and they're like, dude, shit's fucked. Like, we had everything's up, they shot once, and they immediately broke through the deflector shields and also basically fried everything. A lot of people died. Another shot, and we're done here. And it's like, hey, can you give us any information on the ships? Like, not really. It just kind of appeared. A big old fireball was there, and then they disappeared, nowhere to be seen. Yeah, it's we don't really know what's going on. Does he mention that they're just like a blip, or is that someone in the is it them on the Enterprise? I don't recall, because they can still see something on their sensors, but it's just a blip, and they can't do visuals. I just don't recall if the guy in the station says it for the first time, or they get it because they use the scans or whatever.
Yeah, I can't actually remember myself. I didn't know that. I think the thing I was focusing on with this scene is that this is the first time the cloaking device is coming in.
Yes.
And it's like treated with the dread and the menace such a thing would inspire if you're encountering it for the very first time, like a virgin.
Nice one. So yeah, he basically gives him all the information he has, basically telling him, hey, whatever is out there, it's like pretty dangerous, and it's fucking us up. And then they get shot again, and they see him explode.
Oh my god.
And I said all these things, and the only note for the scene for me was, Outpost hails them and gives them info and gets wrecked.
I got a couple of things, but it's weird because the way I have these notes laid out is because they keep using like single locations for an extended period of time, or there's like a single. It feels like a lot of scenes are really big scenes, so I've not divided this in a way that is. I just need to quickly make sure I don't skip too far ahead because I might need to do this piecemeal as we recap.
So we get the whole thing because the next thing is Styles being a bigot. That would be the next thing.
Yes. Have we? So the bigot part, is that before the is that before they start talking about the?
Actually, I think before that happens, they talk about the war that happened, and Kirk saying, "Yeah, their war, not ours."
Yeah. Okay, so I'm just trying to, because in my head it's they destroyed the cloaking device, makes them shit themselves. They talk about the implications of the cloaking device, and then they get the transmission. That's kind of the next three parts in my head. Is that about right for you as well?
Transmission from who?
Okay, so that's the next part in your notes. Okay, I think I know where I can stick my thumb here. So immediately after the cloaking device reveal they start talking about the implications. They start talking about what they saw. Something I like is they immediately catch on. It's just like, wait a minute, they have to decloak in order to fire.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's like smart people, smart.
Yep.
They're your situational awareness. You know why they're in the captain's chair. And not to say that you can't have someone in a position of command that has certain weaknesses, but that's compensated with strengths. But you have to establish that first, which a lot of modern media does not. But here, there's just no question about why they're in this position. So that's really good. What's more questionable for me is because obviously the Romulans, they have to navigate space. So I question the logic that because the cloaking device works both ways, which presumably just means visually, that they couldn't detect the Enterprise with sensors for some reason. That's a bit of a eyebrow raise. I'm not sure if there's something that could be said to defend that. But just when I heard that, I was just like, wait.
Yeah. Sorry. Because they do the whole thing later where they follow them around like they're what do they call it? An echo from their own location.
Like a shadow, like a sensor shadow or something.
But when they first get here, they don't see them. I know what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah, so I was just like, that could have used an extra pass in the writer's room.
Because they say it's not a it's not a thing that's important later in the episode, but I guess they needed some kind of reasons, like, oh, why didn't they see the Enterprise? Like, it goes both ways. Yeah, let's go with that.
Yeah, that'll hold up for 5 seconds.
Which then
all we need.
Actually doesn't make sense then, because why would they even be able to track their quote-unquote shadow when they're still cloaked? Because I think they still cloak when they go around and being followed, right?
Yeah, so that
at least
explanation of why they couldn't. Yeah, exactly. The sensors on their ship still penetrate the cloak, and that goes both ways, apparently. So there's a few things about the cloaking device as it is presented in this episode, specifically. I'm trying not to bring in future media that kind of fleshes out the cloaking device a bit more, but just as presented in this episode, there's some stuff that needed ironing out details wise, how effective can a cloaking device be? Yeah. So that's the kind of thing. So I noticed that, and I was just like, that's I'm tilting my head at that. The next thing is not something to do with the episode. It's more just the cloaking device does, of course, become a staple of Star Trek over time, and as a result, when there's some prequel media that sometimes plays a little bit fast and loose with what's established in this episode. So I paid attention to make sure that, because I wanted to know, if a cloaking device appears before this episode in full view of Starfleet, is that a contradiction, or is there any room in this episode for it to wiggle? And this line came up that kind of definitively answered that question, which is Spock says, without ambiguity, invisibility is theoretically possible, but the power cost is enormous, which heavily implies that no one has kind of pulled off the cloaking device at this point.
Yep.
Which if it would be silly if things that were set 10 years or 100 years even before this showed the cloaking device, especially if it was on a Romulan ship specifically. like before the war. That would be ridiculous. That would be very ridiculous.
See what you're doing there.
Yeah, that would be very, very ridiculous. I'm just glad that Trek media, future Trek media that kind of bounces around the timeline. I'm just happy that they will never contradict this ever, and that this rule about the cloaking device will be remembered forever, and that they will not have cloaking devices before this point in the timeline. And full view of stuff. Oh god, I'm laying it a bit thick there. So let's see.
Sorry, I just got confused. It has nothing to do with anything.
Mm-hmm.
So remember how I said how I 100%ed Ragnarok like a couple of days on stream? I just got an email from PlayStation. It's like, hey, you got the platinum trophy. Congratulations. I was like, why did you bother sending me that email? Like, what's the fucking point? I get a fucking pop-up message. I did it on purpose. You don't need to tell me. What a fucking waste of my time.
Is it like a protocol that if you get the platinum trophy in X amount of time, you get your reward is that you get personally congratulated by an automated message or something?
It just puts like a message from the game in there. And it's like, here's your overall time. And the weekday I finished it. It's like, why?
Oh man.
Sorry, this just confused the fuck out of me. Like, I don't know what the point of this. That just seems like wasted energy. What a fuck.
I wonder if that's happened before, but it went to spam, and then this one didn't get caught for some reason. I don't know.
I know that, it's the first ever platinum trophy I ever got. So I don't know if that like a common thing, but still, like, why? And why do you send it to me like at the end of the week and not when it happens?
Oh, could you imagine if they do that manually and there's just like an intern who has to send out all the platinum trophy emails?
And he just watches the stream. It's like, yeah, I know. I'm sorry. It's my job.
They pay me like in sandwiches.
They think you'll be the next soy station influencer. Yeah, where's my check, Sony? I love your game, like legitimately. I'm not gonna shill for everyone's game, but where's my cash, bitch?
Yeah.
Chad, where's my cash? Asking me where my cash comes from Sony or something.
Where's my money, bitch?
Where's my money, bitch? Anyway.
Where's my money, Daddy?
Let's go back to the episode. It's already midnight. Fuck me. Doesn't matter. It's almost like our streams together are always long. Anyway, let's go.
Yeah. Let's see. So, Kirk orders a parallel course to fool the Romulans into thinking they're sensor shadow, which we kind of mentioned. Now, of course, we have questioned the mechanics of the sensors there already, but as far as like tactical thinking goes, as far as like the logic they give is that a ship coming right towards them would immediately like be sus. But Kirk is trying to think smartly here and going, okay, if we try to just match them move for move, course correction for course correction, we might be less sus on their sensors. So I just like that this is going to keep coming up throughout my notes, is that we get constant reinforcement that Kirk is smart. He has a tactical mind. He's cunning, and he is in charge. They keep the TO TOS, TNG, DS9, those three shows. A little bit Enterprise, sometimes Voyager, or they justify why the commanding officer is there.
Yeah, that's something I noticed with Picard. It's just like, man, you deserve being a captain here. Like you're smart, and I get the same feeling from Kirk actually, even though his approach is different. But man. Yeah, the way he handles this whole situation is like, good shit.
Yeah. And when I refer to Enterprise, I mean like in the later seasons, where he's making smarter choices. Sometimes in the earlier seasons. Though Jay's like, I think Jay's gonna have some. I think Jay. I can talk about this because he's talking about it a little bit on Twitter, but he's got some hot takes when it comes to Enterprise, and I haven't watched Enterprise recently enough to kind of know if I agree with him or not, but it's so interesting to see like another perspective on that show that's kind of been so thoroughly like agreed upon. So I'm curious where that. I'm looking at Jay's Star Trek journey with great interest because he's got some very different opinions from the crowd.
Is that the first debate Forge coming up? The worst episode of the Forge coming up?
Oh no! You're gonna EFAP. What was it? 63. You're gonna EFAP 63. So no, just. 63 is the next episode. Oh man, we're so close.
Oh, but next one is probably going to be about Ragnarok. Is that going to be a debate one? Oh no, that was supposed to be a fun one where we talk about how we like the game. No, whatever.
well, me and Jay are going to hijack the street. Like you're going to start talking about Ragnarok, and then we magically appear in the Discord chat. And even though you've got a completely different interface setup, we still somehow appear and then start debating.
Like, no, so get out. We're talking about a thing we love. Go away.
Yeah. And then I realized, fuck, I haven't actually watched these shows in like forever. Oh no! And then Jay keeps coming up with more recent references, like and then I make a really bad argument. It's like, no, you're gay. And then it's like, that would be funny in a horrendous sort of way.
Yeah.
Yes, and so just before they get the transmission, so Mr. Styles, I actually have it spelt two different ways in my notes because I looked up a transcript of the episode mid taking notes and I realized I was misspelling it the whole time because it's spelled with an I, not a Y.
Yeah. Well, I had subtitles on, so I didn't write it wrong.
Yeah, I had subtitles on at the very beginning of Errand of Mercy, and then I kept looking only at the bottom half of the screen. So I was like, I'm turning these off. I'm missing things. Yeah. But I did get. That's how I got the Organians spelling correct. So he says we could have Romulan spies aboard this ship, and I think my note there is just I see that my note here is just Chekhov's gun has been hung. That's my little thing there.
Pretty much. So let's see, where were we? I just clicked on it. Stats being racist again is one of the notes I just read randomly. Let's see. Yeah, they follow the blip around. And how do they get the visuals? They just kind of decode something? Or... No, the decoding thing is later. Or is it? Shit, I forgot.
So I rewatched this part about 5 times trying to figure out what actually happens. So the only thing I could write in my notes was I question why the Romulans. Oh wait, we do get an explanation later, but we'll kind of do this point by point. So at the time, so this is a note I took at the time. This will be slightly altered. So at the time, I questioned why the Romulans are not only transmitting in a code the Federation can easily detect and decode, but also how that transmission gives them direct access to the ship's internal cameras.
Exactly. Yeah.
So thank God it did.
So all I can say is they somehow get access to their to their cameras inside the ship, and they look at them. It's like, those Romulans. They look like Vulcans.
Dun, 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 dun.
And Spock looks very sussy-wussy right now.
Chekhov's gun has been fired.
Oh my God, not in the face.
Yeah, that was a very quick Chekhov's gun. Like, very efficient.
Yeah.
Set up, then immediate payoff.
So yeah. And
so I got a couple of things about the Romulan. Oh, do you have more recap before we go inside the Romulan ship?
Wait, when do we go here?
Actually, no. The next one is Spock is a victim of bigotry.
Yeah.
So do you have anything before that? Just so I'm not treading on toes.
No, I think the next notes I just have is inside the enemy ship. So go right ahead.
Excellent. So, so the Romulan So there's two things you notice outside of the ears. First, I'm going to comment on the Romulan commander's actor, which some people in chat were a little bit jumpy the gun on the actor. So I had to nuke some comments there, but that's okay. Chat, we learn. This is how we learn. We learn through lashes. So that's how Catholic school taught me, and I will not be changing that for a day in my life.
Chad, run.
There you come, got the ruler. So
we only do abuse by words, not with rulers.
Yeah, they banned the ruler wax, so now I just have to scar them psychologically.
Exactly.
Yeah. So it's played by the brilliant Mark Leonard, great actor, who will go on to play another iconic TOS character at some other point in time. And that's all I'm going to say. That might even be the next thing we cover. Because I might want to do like a big batch of Spock episodes next. So we'll see what happens there. We're gonna just keep on keeping on. Hurt me meme. Yes, later lapsed. The next thing, I almost completely skipped over this note because my attention, it drifted, it went away with the wind. But you'll notice that any Romulan who is not Mark Leonard's commander character, who is never given a name, which is a shame because he is like a really, really good character, but he's only referred to as Romulan commander in all. Because in all literature, because he's probably given a name in like the Star Trek expanded universe or something. But as far as the live action stuff goes, I think even in the script he was probably just referred to as Romulan commander. Because it's one of those things, right, where you don't have an organic way to say his name in the thing, because everyone's just going to be referring to him by his rank. So what does he become? Romulan commander. So he is. So you'll notice that anyone who is not him. And not one other character as well, I believe. They're wearing some pretty silly helmets, aren't they?
Them helmets on. That's true.
Yeah, and there's a reason for that. So you see, the pointy ears, they are a pretty simple prosthetic effect, like compared to some of the later stuff you see in TNG and even some of the later stuff in TOS. But remember, this is still the 1960s. They're still figuring this shit out. There wasn't really like Star Wars hasn't come along to this is insane, by the way. There was visual effects houses weren't a thing until Star Wars, so everything was kind of done by department internally inside studios and networks, so it was a lot more difficult to do things. Like it was like I can't underemphasize how important Star Wars was for the film industry, like the number of things it revolutionized, because it just made everything easier and cheaper to do, as well. And then you had a bunch of cheap imitations that weren't as good because they forgot there was also story in Star Wars. But I digress. The prosthetic, the ear prosthetic for Spock and the Romulans, that is actually a very difficult effect to do back then, especially on a television show. So they needed to minimize the number of actors who would need to wear the ears. So they came up with the helmets so that they could still have lots of Romulans on screen, but they wouldn't have to paint up every actor. Do the helmets even cover the eyebrows? Because obviously the Romulans and the Vulcans, they also have prosthetic eyebrows to give them the little pointy points there. So I'm wondering if they also covered that up. We'll have to see next time a helmet appears in good view, if they also cover the eyebrows there. But yeah, the helmets are basically there as like a way to just get all the hard makeup off screen.
It's hard to tell from this shot. Need to look for another one, because the one guy is like saluting, but it's. I mean, I can't tell the eyebrows right now, but I there are some that are closer, so just gonna wait for those.
Yeah, it's a tricky one, tricky dicky. And also something I noticed this is because you've seen the Romulans obviously on TNG at this point, and they actually have like some forehead ridges going on in TNG. But they don't have those here. They're more straight Vulcan-y looks. But what I noticed on the helmets is that they do kind of have those ridges going. So that must be where they got the idea for that on. And this is going to sound weird because I hate this show, but the one good thing Star Trek Picard did, I repeat, this look, if I was really good faith and went through all of Star Trek Picard, I might be able to find more than one, but this is the only one that actually comes to my brain because everything associated with that show makes me want to piss blood. They ruined not one but two shows with Picard because they had Voyager characters in that show as well. Okay. We'll get there. You'll get there, and you get to piss blood too. Awesome. Check your kidneys. So
I'll take them out.
So yeah, the Picard show. The one thing it does kind of pretty well is that it gives a very simple, concise explanation for why some Romulans have smooth foreheads and why others have bumpy foreheads, and it's basically just a regional thing, and it's very simple. They don't make it too elaborate. It's basically just a racial thing, and that's all you need. Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Bumpy heads are from the north. The non-bumps are from the south. There we go. That's how you do it.
Oh, that Picard! I keep forgetting. There's a horrible Star Trek.
There's many horrible Star Trek. People are shocked when I say that I enjoyed like that Lower Decks cartoon, but you have to remember when I watched it, it was after I had just rewatched Discovery and Picard. So when I got to Lower Decks, it was like, oh, it's like a drop of water in a desert. It's like this. It's not completely torturing my brain. It's actually the polar opposite. It's so fast and jumpy. Like if I were to watch it on its own, I'd probably be like, ugh, this is not. Ugh. But then like I watch it after watching those things, and it's like the Ferengi look like Ferengi. The Klingons look like Klingons. They got the reference. There's some references in here that track. I can work with this kind of ish. Maybe I don't know. It's still it's better. It's better. It's kind of like your standards lower so much that getting small things right is suddenly this huge victory.
Yeah.
Man. Why were you rewatching that garbage? Oh, I was showing someone else all of Star Trek at the time, so I was going to the shows I hadn't watched by that point.
Yeah. What happens next? Everyone is kind of looking at Spock. He's like, what? Sorry? But yeah, I think Styles is like, hey, maybe ask Spock and he can do this. And it's like, what was that? It's like, oh, nothing. No, repeat that. So it's like, oh, maybe he can decipher it, whatever he says. Yeah, because he gets this thing. Yeah, actually, this is the thing they decipher. So I don't know. I have no clue how they got that visual. I legit have no idea.
And the angle keeps changing on the camera as well. Like they're getting like a cinematic shot. They're not getting like security footage. Just like it's a zoom in and then it cuts to another thing, all on the view monitor.
Yeah,
pretty funny.
But yeah, they followed the blip. They have visual on the thing now, and they're just kind of tailing them. Oh wait, there's actually the warbird paint. Hang on, let me show that on the stream.
This is a bird of prey. So the later ones are warbirds.
It's a bird.
Birdie.
But yeah, I think now we go
literal bird there.
To the Romulans inside. Yeah, there they are.
But I have notes just before that.
Okay, well then go ahead. Fine. I didn't want to sleep today anyway. It's fine.
It's okay. It's I appreciate your sacrifice.
It's my stream, so it's kind of my own fault, right?
Maybe a tiny bit, but I won't point that out so that changes are made. So Mr. Styles never learned that racial profiling is bad.
Whoa.
I think
that's because he's a racist.
Yeah, that's pretty fucked up. And so this is just pure credit to Nimoy. So he has this huge revelation dropped on him, but he's not an emotional character. He's a character who is trying very actively not to be emotional because he has that whole conflict going on inside him. So full credit to the man. Like there's a reason he's like the template that all Vulcan actors have to go by.
He just looks kind of intrigued. It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
But he's not like, what the fuck?
Oh, yes. He has a lot of very subtle expressions that give away, like, it gives away what the thought process is, but it doesn't broadcast them, if that makes sense. It's very good.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree.
Yeah, now we can go to Mr. Romulan Man.
Romulan Man. Does whatever he can on his warbird.
Yeah.
So yeah, because we immediately learn it's like he is also pretty smart and a capable commander. Because they're scanning the things like, hey, we have like a thing on our back, but that's probably just a shadow, as was planned from the Enterprise crew. And he's like, no, you know what? I think we're being followed because we heard them stationing another vessel before we exploded them. So yeah, keep that in mind. I'm pretty sure we're being followed. And his I don't know, his whatever he is, his driver is it's like, well, I think it's just the shadow of our own thing, but all right.
You say some. Yeah, what I really like about this is that this is kind of, and this is going to be a recurring thing throughout the episode, is Kirk made a very intentional tactical decision.
Yeah.
Then we cut to the Romulan commander. This is the first time we're getting character from him, because obviously we saw him on the view screen, but we didn't really get anything from him, which, if you can hijack the cameras like that, can't you just like spy on them and hear what they're saying? I don't know. They could have found a better way to get the visual there.
Yeah.
There's so many questions. So immediately we see that this guy, this Romulan guy, he is a smart cookie.
Yeah.
Much like Captain Kirk. He is he sees a tactic, he immediately sees through the tactic, and he starts to compensate as a result. And I'm just like, yes, this is how you this is how you very quickly and succinctly establish your villain as a worthy adversary to your main character, is that you show them intelligently anticipating moves, and we're going to get into that a lot more. But
because we have a lot of back and forth here.
Yeah, it shows that he not only understands tactics, but he understands the psychology behind them, and it's done and they establish this very succinctly. And there's the next part will go even further into his character, which I'll talk about after recap B.
Yeah, because we hear the commander and his, I think he calls him this Centurion, I think, right?
That's the Centurion.
This is where I noticed that they heavily Roman inspired, apparently. This is something I didn't know about them. That's kind of neat.
Yeah. It made the Romulans Roman inspired.
Yeah.
It makes you think.
And we get to hear why this is happening. And the way I understood this, they were kind of went out on their own, I think. And
yes.
The idea being is like, hey, we're gonna go here, just absolutely fuck up the humans, go back to our superiors, which they call like praetors. How do you call it? I'm not sure of the pronunciation. Praetors.
So I think the higher ups are praetors.
Praetors, yeah.
They're like Praetorian, but
Praetor. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Basically, just wanted to say, hey, humans are actually weak as shit, and we are superior in every way, considering firepower. And show them that they can attack them at any time they want. And the idea being, hey, I'm gonna give the Praetor a war. Gonna give them a war because they're very war. They like fighting, basically. They wanna conquer more stuff. I think something we didn't mention before. They're currently on course going home. There was like a specific course they mentioned earlier. It's like that's exactly the course they would take if they want to go back home to the home world, basically. So yeah, that's their idea. So this is where we learn they're actually like a kind of going out on their own, just testing the waters for everyone else, probably without knowing them and not even knowing what the actual consequences is going to be if they come back. Just kind of hoping it's like, hey, we can just go out there and fuck them up after all these years.
Yeah.
So yeah, we not only see that the guy is pretty smart, but he also has a reasoning as to why he's doing that. He has a motive. So yeah.
Yeah.
Some neat characterizations. So go ahead.
Yeah. So are you going to so are your next notes back on the Enterprise, or you have a
next
little bit
notes
more
is on the Enterprise bridge porn.
Neat, because I got some stuff.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. So where do I start here? Well, I'll before I get into character, I'm just going to point out that so we do get the explanation. So we do get a slight, and I mean slight, fix for the whole intercepted transmission thing that we were complaining about.
That was here. Yeah. I forgot to mention that. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah. So basically, Mr. Subordinate person comes in and he's being reprimanded because he sent out an unauthorized transmission in direct violation of protocol to inform the Praetor of their successes, which I call it a slight fix because it's not a mechanical fix for the mechanics of how the transmission works and how they're able to get visual. Like all that stuff is still broken, but it shows that this is not an action reflective of the larger Romulan empire. This is the actions of one person being reckless, and as a result, and as soon as he's found out for it, he's demoted 2 ranks.
2 ranks,
2 whole ranks for that a violation, which shows Romulans
his mortgage now.
Yeah,
it's going to be dead at the end, anyways. Whatever.
Yeah, I hope his family gets the. I hope they didn't get word of that demotion, so the family still gets the pension. But
well, you were due to get this, but he got demoted like right before he died. So sorry.
Yeah, so that sounds like that. Honestly, that sounds like such a Romulan thing to do. Oh, that does sound so Romulan. But so it shows that the Romulans, they have their shit together. They are pretty well organized and shit like that, which in a lesser script would have been like this huge would not have only been broken mechanically, but also would have just completely crippled the Romulans as a faction from the get-go. It curtails that damage. It curtails the damage that would have affected like some really pretty like it's pretty annoying when you not only have something that's broken, but something that also damages like a potentially cool faction or individual. So it's good. I think it's good that they couldn't fix the whole. They couldn't put Humpty Dumpty completely back together, but they at least got his face looking okay. And that's a small victory, but it's something worth noting. If you can't fix the damage, at least minimize it. At least minimize it a little bit in a pinch. By the way, guys,
are funny, paranoid but funny. I like that chat.
Yeah, but a thought just occurred to me. Right, we're giving praise to all the writing here in these episodes, but I just had to think it was a much bigger pain in the ass to redraft back then, because they didn't have word processors. They had typewriters, and you couldn't backspace a typewriter, right? Or it was really difficult to
at least not the earlier ones. I think the earlier ones you had to tip X away and then just kind of type over it, I guess.
Yeah, and you would have to wait for it to
there
dry,
were
presumably.
like electric ones at some point, but that was probably 10, 15 years later, I would assume, or they would be like really expensive.
Yeah, so it's like they would have physically, like in terms of capacity, they would have less of a capacity to redraft than we do nowadays, yet the scripts are somehow so much better.
I guess you could just use a pencil and just a rubber, I guess.
That's true. Yeah, that's another way to do it. Yeah, it's there's a lot more manual labor involved with it. I think is the take home there. Meanwhile, actually, that reminds me that George Lucas, he wrote every single Star Wars movie in the same notebook, by hand. It's kind of a funny thing. Eventually, of course, it's converted to digital and proper scripts, but first draft is always in that one notebook.
Very well.
Which is a interesting little factoid. I know so much about the Star Wars behind the scenes stuff because I was just obsessed with it as a kid, and then I find it interesting as an adult as well. But yeah, so that's just the. I've still got so many notes here. So I'll try to be a little bit more succinct. So with the character stuff, there's a couple of things I want to note. Firstly, we have two patriots here having a conversation, yet despite the fact that they're both patriots, they're not the same character. They are patriots with fundamentally different ideological differences. And fundamentally different ideological differences. There's one word in there, meme, that you didn't need to include, just so you know. So
okay.
I like the nuances. I like the nuances of of having two characters that you would think would be pretty, a lesser writer would have them be pretty interchangeable, but here they are actually quite different as people, despite being patriots. Both of them. I appreciate that. And as far as like this commander guy himself goes, Romulan commander, I do like that. They established in the first scene that he's just this, he's got a keen tactical mind, but then they establish the weariness he has with the fighting, that he's sick of the Romulan deaths being commanded by superiors who don't have to face it firsthand, and even goes as far as wishing for his own death in this very scene, because of just how much of a toll it is taking. And it just establishes a fierce character, but also a very sympathetic character at the same time. And there's a... What's that?
Oh, you just say all these things, and I was like, I think I just started eating that because I think I missed all of that. I was like, shit, that was in there? Because there's not a word about that in my notes. Because that's actually really fucking cool. Because I started eating, watching the episode, so maybe that was just like, where I was like, oh, this piece of pizza is fantastic. And then I watched back and they're shooting at each other or something. I don't know. But I missed that completely.
I just love the idea of all this character work going on, and the focus has shifted to like how good the pizza is.
Like, oh, delicious. Another slice.
That's what goes in your notes, just like pizza's really good, and it's just like, what? There's no pizza in this. What the fuck?
That's great. Yeah, no, that's actually really cool stuff. I like that a lot.
Yeah, and he even has this line here. He's warning. Well, his older friend here, the Centaurian, like after the guy comes in and he's reprimanded, he warns him about fucking with that guy because that guy has powerful friends, and power commands danger, and all of that. And so he replies with this line, which is, "Danger and I are old companions." And it's like, ooh, the villains get all the good lines in these shows. It's great. I like it. Those are my notes.
Yeah. Yeah, I was kind of sad I missed that. That's really good.
Yeah, well, you already really liked this episode, so now it's like
yeah, it's just stronger. On top. Because I like the whole tactic stuff. I think it's really well done. I enjoyed it greatly.
Oh, yeah.
Right. Let me schmoove the pictures, because now we're back on the bridge and we go to the conference room. I forgot the actual name about it. Let's see. Yeah, it's basically just a really neat back and forth between them. We also see that they have some debris from one of the space stations, which is like the hardest metal they physically know. And he just kind of breaks it in his hand because it becomes so brittle already from whatever it's been shot with. So yeah, it's just and then they just kind of go back and forth, where they consider that it could be equally dangerous for them to attack them or let them go. Because one thing's like, hey, if we let them go, they might see that they just have a big old chance to just absolutely annihilate us. And if we attack them, this could just steer up the conflict immediately, and we're back to war, which is just really cool. Then we have Styles being racist again, and it's like, hey, Spock, why the fuck did you tell us about this? And Spock's just like, well, Spock is not like annoyed or offended by this. He doesn't even really answer the question. Like, he doesn't say anything like, I didn't fucking know. Shut the fuck up, Styles. You fucking racist. He just says, yeah, I mean, if they're actually part of the Vulcan bloodline, which seems to highly be the case, he actually agrees with the attack and highly urges them to attack because of the whole lust for battle that you mentioned earlier already. That is just kind of held in with the discipline and everything. It would be really bad if they show any kind of weakness, because the Romulans won't fuck with that. Yeah, and you have like Bones. Like you would risk like this whole piece that has been going on for a while just to attack them. I don't know if that's a good idea. So yeah, just good back and forth where we have like multiple stances of this conflict and what the consequences of that conflict is gonna be, which is, God, I wish just media would think of the fucking consequences more in general these days.
Please.
It's like was it in Mando and Boba where he just fucks up these raiders? I think it's Boba.
Yeah.
Like, he fucks up these raiders and leaves like, great, that fucking guy with his bar, he's fucked. Good job. Like, they're just coming back and just absolutely annihilate that whole fucking bar. But we got such a cool fight scene. It's like, yeah, great. Think of the fucking consequences. It's really important. It really is.
Yeah.
And
you can have a cool fight scene that still has consequences, guys. It's not mutually exclusive.
Exactly.
Why did they do that?
You can use that to uplift your story. From what I've seen from Star Trek so far, they do a really good job for the most part with consequences. I guess the farther I get into seasons, I'm very sure there's going to be things they forget about from earlier seasons, be it technical or political or maybe even character. I'm sure there's going to be episodes that absolutely shit on a character for an episode. I don't even doubt that. But yeah, for the most part, self-contained in the episodes, at least, they mostly do a pretty good job of that.
Yeah.
So yeah, big fan of these conversations they always have in Star Trek when the captain gets the crew. It's like, hey, give me your opinions. It's good stuff.
Yeah. Well, once you get to DS9 in 5 years, it's I'm going to give you the same sales pitch that I gave to Jay, where if you like consequences, you're going to really like DS9, because it's a show that it starts off quite episodic and then it becomes increasingly serialized, and characters who were just like either background extras or like one-line wonders in one episode suddenly in later seasons become the most important characters in the show over time. And it is the culmination of everything in TOS, TNG, and of course DS9 kind of pooling into one, and a little bit of Voyager. And there's a little bit of crossover with Voyager there as well, which is why I recommend watching those shows together for the first watch, because there's like they were airing at the same time. They were doing little sneaky crossovers.
Okay.
Yeah, little cameos, little things in there, little events and stuff. Yeah, I'm going to keep it completely vague as to what happens, but it's
of course.
Consequences are even in TNG, right? There's stuff in there there's things in there that I think were forgotten like episode to episode because they were writing each episode. They weren't really thinking about how episodes line up with each other for the most part. But
I also already know they completely forgot about that signal with the worm episode.
Yes.
Conspiracy, I think, was the episode.
Yeah, that was meant to be like a larger thing, and then they ended up abandoning it in favor of the Borg. Yeah, so that's
because I expected in the next episode, because I think the next one is the neutral zone episode, if I'm not mixing up the order here. I was like, oh, they're probably gonna look for that signal. It's like, no. It's like, oh, okay. Guess not.
Yeah. The only threads that I've forgotten about, I've heard the Star Trek Expanded Universe is really fucking good, and it like not only picks up all the threads from the show, but then it creates its own self-contained. Well, not self-contained as far as like not needing to watch the shows, but like it becomes its own thing after a while. Like I wish I was a bigger reader. I really do, because it does sound really cool. A lot of the stuff they do in those books. Man, I had a TNG. Like there's what I've noticed is that even when TNG isn't remembering continuity on purpose, there's so much you can read into the character's actions that make it feel like it's still continuous. Like the Inner Light, like, because you've watched the Inner Light with Jay, right on the Forge. Like that's the kind of thing where it's like they don't do like. There's a few callbacks to that episode occasionally. I'm not going to go too much into it, but it's the kind of you can still read into Picard being a changed man, even if the writers weren't really thinking about it that way. Which I think it's a credit to the show. It's a credit to the show. It's a credit to how the writers were working in tandem with the actors and everything. That even when things aren't consciously being preserved, there's still a lot of wiggle room to kind of have interpretations of certain things as being one way or the other. I find that I think it might be an accidental strength, to be honest, but it's worth pointing out nonetheless, because my last watch through TNG was actually the first time I'd watched it in chronological order, because I bounced around with that show because it's kind of designed to be able to do that way. Not so much DS9, but definitely TNG is a show that doesn't necessarily need to be strictly watched in order, more just vaguely in order. But that was the first time I'd watched it in the episode the calendar was released, and I was surprised by how much continuity actually tracked from episode to episode. It was quite. I was impressed. I was impressed. But yes, we actually have notes for this scene, don't we? The opening line of "This is the hardest substance known to our science." I just find that funny, not because of this episode, but because, actually, I think they say it's like 4 to 5 times harder than diamond, which is, I think there's stuff. Diamond's not a very hard substance. It's actually quite brittle. You just have to. Yeah. It's very hard when hit in certain directions, but not so much in others. It's about how you attack the structure of diamond. But also, like, there's going to be so many things that are the hardest substance known to science, even just throughout TOS. It's just, I think they eventually settle on one that will carry over into the other shows. But it's just funny that anytime they say it's the hardest substance, I'm just like, is it actually though? I mean,
is it though?
And then there was like, I'm going to blow your mind right now. So there have been two in comic books. There have been 2 Star Trek crossovers with the X-Men.
2,
which establishes that the X-Men apparently are in the past of Star Trek.
Oh.
Or is it like multiverse? Might be multiverse. I don't know. One of the two.
Yeah. I know there's a Doctor Who one that Jay wanted to cover with me.
Yeah. That one is that's an interesting one. Yeah. I've read that one. I can't remember if it's good or not. I like the Borg and I like the Cybermen, and then they put them together and I came in my pants. So I'm a little biased on that comic. So it could be really bad, and I just was unable to see it with my eyes. Yeah, so if X-Men was canon to Star Trek in some continuity, that means adamantium is also like part of that, and if that's part of the larger Marvel universe.
Think about, yeah.
Yeah, it's there's sometimes the Doctor Who crossover is actually pretty good because they establish right off the bat that these are two universes that have been fused together, and they need to like pull them back apart. So that
spoilers.
one, yeah, it's
Until Jay spoiled all of the comic for me, even though it's not true.
I'm gonna you do that. You do that, and then I'm gonna time code you, and you're gonna look silly.
Damn it!
So it's always minutia like that. Just getting autistically obsessed about that. That's the place I thrive. And just like, what is the actual hardest substance in the Star Trek universe, and why do they call other substances the harder substance? So it's it makes you think. Makes you think. Yes. So we have a line in here where they say, okay, we can't see the ship, but we can see it with our sensors, kind of. So why don't we use our sensors?
Follow a blip or something.
Yeah, and they're just like, aim with our sensors. It's not as accurate, and it's just like, don't the sensor? You're not aiming manually all the time, right? You don't aim with your eyes. You aim with the sensors, surely.
Well,
like
that's what
targeting sensors.
That's what I thought would be the case.
Yeah. So but that's less accurate because you can't see them.
Well, then I have to ask the question: how are you aiming then? Like, how's that work? Do you have like a little screen where you aim with a camera on that phaser or torpedo? Just one of those tech things you probably never know.
And which jelly bean fires phasers?
Which of those beans does it? Which of those jelly bean knobs?
Well, my next note is quite simply and succinctly, the racial profiling is off the charts, which is true. And we establish, and we I think you've already said, we established the savage history of the Vulcans here, which is going to be really important for the Vulcans going forward, that larger history, and you'll learn a lot more about that as time goes along. They have it's one of the more fleshed out things in Trek history, is the history of ye old Vulcans and stuff. Yeah. But as far as this episode is concerned, this is actually a clever way for Spock to still be an authority on the Romulans without him also knowing that the Romulans beforehand were Vulcan adjacent, because he would not know the Romulans per se, but he would know the savagery of ancient Vulcan nature and the traditions and stuff that would go along with that. And although he might not have the most up-to-date picture of it, the actions of the Romulans paint a very similar picture of ancient Vulcan culture. So he would be more informative than someone who is completely in the dark on that. So I think that's good. So this was something I thought was a flaw, but then I think later on it's proven not to be a flaw. Because we're gonna kind of see how this episode kind of plays with expectations, and how something that could have been this huge, could have been something like pretty not good, turns out to be actually they're doing it on purpose the whole time, and it's actually makes sense. So I thought, just based on the information in that scene, that the Romulans were just coincidentally going into a comet that was going to make them visible. And I was just like, wait, you were that lucky? You came across a comet? Space is in all of space, you came across one comet, and they're flying towards that one comet? What? But we get more information about why they're going to that comet later. So that wasn't actually a flaw. So thumbs up.
Yeah. Didn't they just legit just want to look at it or something? Maybe I missed that. I thought they went there because he said something like, "Oh, this looks nice" or something. So I thought they just wanted to actually go through there because they like it. That's actually the reasoning I thought. But I probably missed something in there. I mean,
I think they might like. I think they like looking at it as like a bonus. But I think what they established, at least what I have written down here and what I remember, is the Romulans are going into there because it will make them visible, but it will obscure the enemy sensors. So they're kind of trying to throw them. So this is we enter now what I describe as the cat and mouse game, where
the battle phase.
where Romulan Commander and Captain Kirk, they are trying to outsmart each other. Through their tactics and their anticipation. We're going to get into that. It's going to be great. It's kind of like the first stage of it is like the comet, I think.
Pretty much. Let me see. How far should I go? I guess I can just go through the happenings until they go to the stalemate. I think that makes sense.
And then I can do my notes after that, because I think I've just have it as one big chunk as well.
Yeah, it just feels like a natural point, because that's a big old back and forth they do there. So yeah, they go through that comet, and yeah. Also, just after they have like this whole conversation, obviously Kirk has decided to attack. It seems to be the best decision for him right now, and I think somewhere in here, I don't know where anymore, we get to hear that he wants Uhura to send a message to command that he doesn't see any other option, in his opinion, than to attack. And if anything happens, it's on his head, which I think is a pretty important... Oh, right, there comes in between here somewhere. I thought this was earlier. But yeah, it doesn't matter if I say it now or later. It's just he makes sure that command knows, but it takes like 3 hours or something until it reaches command for realsies. But obviously they can't wait that long. So yeah, the Romulans go through that comment, and the captain still anticipates that something is going on. So they go through the comet, and it's like, hey, put it on visual. And then some of the other guys says, well, it's all clear. And he's like, clear? And then immediately goes like, oh shit, he's already on to me. And he goes like, emergency turnaround, like immediately. He goes like into another thing, because he realized, oh shit, the captain of that other ship is already doing something. And then the Enterprise starts firing their like blind volleys of shots, but they do it like in a certain pattern. Apparently, that's what they say. And they seem to hit the Romulans kinda with like the explosions, like they kind of get shook around and everything. But at some point, the Romulans actually return fire, and you see this big old fireball coming towards them, the same one that has destroyed and evaporated all of those stations. And let's see. Yeah, so they go. The Enterprise goes into reverse. I'm just gonna go to that scene here. So yeah, they go into reverse as fast as they can, but this thing is like still outspeeding them, so it's catching on to them. And something that I noticed it when I was watching it. You can also already kind of see the thing dissipating to some degree. So I already caught on to this, like, oh, they're gonna be far enough away so it doesn't deal a lot of damage.
Yeah, which makes sense if it's a plasma torpedo. Do they establish that as plasma, or is that a later thing? Am I using?
I don't know when they say it's a plasma cloud, but they do. They do. It's somewhere before here, I think. So yeah, they go back, and they prepare for impact and basically destruction, because they see all these things getting absolutely ass blasted by this shot. Wait, what the fuck did I write here? That's not even a sentence. But yeah, that way, obviously, they figure out that this plasma cloud the Romulans use has a limited range. It's like, oh, because immediately Kirk is like, limited range. We can probably use that. So we have to keep our distance, but still need to be onto them. And what's interesting in this part as well is that Kirk's basically prepared to die because like this thing is gonna obliterate everyone. They put like some kind of thing into a chute so they can fire it off, I guess, to inform Starfleet of what has happened, like some kind of pod. I didn't completely catch what it was, but something along those lines that basically says, hey, here's our last information, shoot that out into the general direction of Starfleet, I guess. And even one of the, I guess, whoever is in charge of the logs, I think we get a name for her. I don't know, Yon or something.
Yeah, she's around for like the first 12, 13 episodes.
Oh, okay.
Of TOS.
Because she asked, "Oh, should I still keep log or should I not bother?" And first, Kirk is like, kind of pushing her away. It's like, "Yeah, no, keep logging." So yeah,
they have that "are they gonna fuck" moment.
Kinda. So yeah, after that they keep following them and still keep shooting like volleys with like these near misses and whatnot. Someone in chat pointed out like kind of like depth charges in like a submarine, and I think the Romulans are cloaked at this point. They still kind of rock them, and somewhere here Kirk even decides, we're gonna follow them into the neutral zone as well if we have to. We can't let them get away. And this is where he tells Uhura to tell Command that in his opinion there's no other option, and it's on his side if something fucks up. Now we go back to the Romulans, who are like, shit, what are we gonna do? Like, they're onto us. Like, there's like someone really smart trying to fuck with us. And he's like, you know what? We have all this debris lying around. We're just gonna put that in the exit chutes and just shoot it out and pretend like they've hit us. And they even put like the body of the now dead Centurion guy in there.
Yeah. Who was crushed by styrofoam.
Yeah, very hard, yeah. So yeah, they use that. And Spock scans it. It's like, oh yeah, but that's not enough debris. It's definitely trickery, but it's quick enough for them to lose the Romulan ship, and now we're on a stalemate, and both the ships aren't moving, shut down, and basically just anticipating the other one's move until some of them thinks they're in the clear. So whoever does the next move is gonna die. That's pretty much the idea here.
Yes.
And then they wait for 9 hours, and then something happens. But that's the whole back and forth. It's it's good stuff.
Yeah, good stuff. And,
a lot of smart things happening. I like it a lot. I was very, very engaged during this whole scene. I was like, ooh, what are they gonna do next?
I was. This is one of those, because some TOS episodes are harder to go back to than others, but this is one that I can put on. It's like, this is like the tension is, you can cut it with a knife. It's so thick.
Also, by the way, you can see the eyebrows.
Okay then. So are they? Okay, so they did. So they were willing to do the eyebrows for the extras, just not the ears. Okay, I can live with that.
Yeah. Another submarine analogy. They're running silent. The destroyer Enterprise that's hunting them is also running silent. Yes.
You are correct.
Oh, you don't get to yawn. You just woke up.
Yeah, but I'm crashing after the coffee, so it's like...
No, it should be the other way around after the coffee. It was like, now I'm ready to go, baby.
Oh yeah, but you see, the coffee was like 4 hours ago, so now it's like... It's like, because apparently... The way I had it described to me once... Yeah, the way I had it described to me once is that caffeine is like, doom, it's like a huge spike, and then you drop below where you were when you had the coffee after it's done.
It's funny, for me, that was only the very first time I had coffee, where I was like, ooh, coffee, yay. And now it's just like, yeah, just drink a coffee in the morning because I like coffee.
Yeah, because your body has developed a tolerance, and now you need it to get up to normal. Because
Yeah, but only drink like one coffee a day, maybe two if I'm feeling fancy.
Yeah. It's one of those things. It's how the brain works. It's always like it'll create new receptors to compensate. It's a whole dealio. Let's see. Okay, so my notes for this, I've got a fair few here. So going back. Yeah, you couldn't escape. Luckily though, once I'm finished with that, I'm only gonna have like two more. I'm only gonna have a page and a half of notes after I'm only gonna have like about a page and a quarter left once I go through this.
It's fine.
Yeah,
I agreed to this. I was the one who gave you an extra hour of sleep. It's all my own fault.
Yeah, I'm more trying to comfort you at this point. I'm more trying to just like make you feel better.
You were comforting me. You're just using more time.
That is true. That is true. Let's see.
Also, let's be real. There's no way I'm gonna be asleep right now anyway. So, who gives a shit?
That is true. That is true.
Comfort.
I made a cum out of fort. I mean, that other way around, but
that's a lot of cum.
Yeah. So. Already went over that note about how it's a cat and mouse game. And at this moment when this cat and mouse game began, and it's like each opponent is trying to outsmart the other one, I was just like, wow, this Forge has an unintentional theme of antagonists who are like parallels to either Kirk or Spock in some way. And in fact, the Romulans are a tiny bit of both. Yeah. Because we had Core last episode. I just had to put the note there saying, "Oh no, we got smacked with styrofoam, the one weakness of the Romulan people."
How dare they?
Yeah. So when they're firing the phasers randomly, right, to like the depth charges. And they overload the phaser banks, and we have this weird thing where Spock, there's that little vent underneath the control panel that starts sparking and all that. So Spock goes under there, and somehow just from that tiny little vent, he's able to do a full ship's weapons diagnostic.
Oh yeah. Also, if that thing is broken, you can't shoot any lasers anymore.
Yes. Like one thing, it's also I don't know if this is going to be a consistent rule that you can burn out the phasers this way, or if it's like the reloading thing in Mando where it's just like this 1 in a million, weapon shorts out sort of thing. So I don't know how to really judge that as like as a flaw or not. It's one of those things. It's a bit more complicated to think about. It needs more references. But I feel like So we go back to the vent, and so he not only does the diagnostic under there, he starts repairing the entire phaser array just from that one vent, and he fixes the phaser array. It looks like he's able to fix the phaser array I don't think they managed to fix it in time, but it looks like he's confident he can fix it from that vent, which is like, that probably shouldn't be how that works, right? Like a single vent on the bridge under the control panel. That probably shouldn't be like the place you can fix like every single weapon on the ship. It feels like you actually have to go to the weapon to do that. All you can probably do there is like if there's a broken connection to the fire lasers button, you can maybe stitch that up. But other than that, you're probably not fixing like the whole weapon system from that tiny little thing that you can't even crawl into. Just this little thing that was like, that's a bit questionable. And there was the are they about to fuck moment, where she gets very, very close to Kirk in a very intimate way, and it's like, oh, that's oh my.
It's actually to a degree where it's like, wait, are they like a thing in this series? Like, are they like Crusher and Picard or something? But then you said he's in there for like 12 episodes. Like, oh, I guess not.
Yeah, like I need to like rewatch those the episodes she is in just to see. It might be that they were like trying to build chemistry with them, but then she left the show. and then that kind of just aborted. So she
look
did
at
come
that.
back to Star Trek 6. Yeah, look at that intimacy. Like I think she even like starts putting her head on his shoulder and like starts getting embracey. As much as they can get away with in the 60s. Like you can't see what's going on below the shoulder, but this thing's probably so the what was it? The symmetry of the two. Oh yes. So there's like so Kirk and the commander, they haven't seen each other. Well, Kirk has seen the commander, but they haven't like had a proper discussion. The commander doesn't know what Kirk looks like. Kirk doesn't really know anything about the commander outside of what he looks like. But they have this like spiritual connection through this fight, which I kind of dig.
Yeah, they both at some point go like, okay, I'm not gonna underestimate this guy anymore. It's like, oh, this guy is smart. Like it comes from both of them where they realize, oh, I'm up against someone who knows what they're doing, like a really capable captain of a ship.
Yeah, it's the universal language of tactics and strategy I think I describe it in my notes as the symmetry of two minds that think alike coming to blows. It's this very tense thing where you don't know. Well, meta-wise, you probably don't expect Kirk to die here, but like just as far as like in universe, it's like it's so difficult to see who has the advantage and why. Something about the cloak is something that occurred to me about the cloak at this point as well, is that we're getting some like submarine warfare thanks to the cloak. Like this is how you get like submarine style warfare in a space setting, is that you have one enemy that can quote unquote dip below the water and the other one can't. I think that's
what Labs the engineer in chat has been pointing out this whole time. The whole submarine analogies, like blind fires, like depth charges, and I think it was even pointed out that the lighting was deliberate because of the whole submarine thingy. Like watching through the I don't know how you call these things. Where it's just goggles. Do we have like a fancy name for submarines? I don't know.
It's definitely like it's the parallels are very very clear when you not necessarily if you're looking for them, but if you are aware of how like submarine warfare would go, it becomes like
that's the one. Thank you, chat.
Yeah, peniscope. Penile scope.
That's
Yeah, a periscope is where you look at France. So
fuck off. Oh, fuck off.
This is the did I violate the Geneva Convention with that one? Instruments of torture.
That one hurt.
Cruel and unusual, as they call it. Where was I up to? Oh yeah, so cloak. What is this line here? A phaser hit at this distance would be the wildest stroke of luck. Oh yeah, so I was wondering if that was. I think that it was revealed to be strategy there, so that was fine. Let's see. I think because Kirk's more trying to bait them while they're under cloak more than anything. I believe. The going into the neutral zone is given the weight it deserves, like all the consequences. I think we mentioned that before. The consequences are very very palpable here. I also like, in contrast to like the previous episode, I love how restrained Shatner is here with this episode. Just how he communicates a lot with very little, and I think that's top marks from there.
Absolutely.
He does sell the tension.
Tension.
Kirk tries to Kirk tries to bait the commander. The commander throws debris to throw off the sensors. Again, cat and mouse thing. And I'm going to end this segment of notes with this funny that I was thinking about, because when they're at the stalemate, when they reach the stalemate, we cut back to the Romulan ship, and they're whispering, and because again they're doing the submarine movie thing where if you speak too loudly, you could actually the enemy could hear you, because sound travels in water. But the thing is, they're not in water; they're in outer space. And I don't know if you know this, Mel, but sound does not travel in outer space.
Lies. You can't prove that. let's go to space right now and try it.
Okay, I'll book a ticket right now. Jeff Bezos, where are you? But I would be fine with it as a stylistic choice if they didn't call attention to it. But then he starts speaking louder, and Romulan commander tells him to shush, as if he needs to keep his voice down, or the Enterprise will hear them.
Yeah, it's weird because the reason the thing works when Spock activates the thing, they say we got a signal, and not we heard something. So I don't know what the whole point of the sound thingy is.
Yeah, it's one of those things where they had a certain style they were going for, and they really made it translate for the most part. But then there was this one bit where they went way too literal with it.
It goes like beep beep beep. It's like, yeah, you won't be hearing that. You're probably I don't know how far away. So and because they say we got a signal, means something completely else than we heard something. But yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Then we have the character moment, don't we, next?
Right, we do. So, we hear it's hey, it's been 9 hours that we've been chilling here, and none of us has moved. We're just kind of dead in the water, both of us. So... Wait, who comes in there first? Is it the weird lady again?
Yeah, so lady, and I wrote in my notes again, are they going to fuck? Because again,
no, that's too loud.
Yeah, that is too loud. That's loud. You need to make love. That'll be quieter. You need to. It's called soaking.
Yeah, because I didn't even write down what she said. More interesting is what Kirk and Bones say. Because Kirk is having second thoughts about his decisions. Hey, what if I'm wrong? Also, why me? I'm looking at all these people on the bridge, and they're all waiting my next command. What's next? What if I'm wrong? And he just stands. I was I don't actually want an answer to that, or expect an answer to that. He was just kind of venting. And then Bones tells him that there's millions of planets like Earth and millions of universes like this, I think he says. Maybe even more. But there's only one of us. And so don't destroy the one named Kirk. It's aw.
Yeah. One of the all-time great lines. It's the one they like to use in those big montages of characters and stuff. Yeah, that's the one of those defining lines from TOS as the 3 million galaxies and all of that, perhaps more, only one of each of us. So don't destroy the one named Kirk. It's good shit. It's good shit. It shows just how precious each individual is.
It's really good.
Yeah, I also like that there's parallels to the Cage in here with Pike's lamentation stuff, and you even got.
I thought about that. Yeah, I did think about that as well. True.
Yeah, and
True.
I like. And I do like that we have self-doubt, but only in the most private moment with one of his closest friends. So he needs to maintain his composure on the bridge, but then as soon as he gets into private time, it's oh fuck, it's it's good shit. Good shit.
Absolutely. Yeah, good character moment. I mean, there's nothing really to add. It's just good stuff. Really good stuff. Yeah, I mean, we're kind of. I forgot to move the floomps to that scene, but there you go. He's just kind of lying there lamenting.
Oh my god,
his tisms.
Yes, just had the saddest wank. He's having that that post-nut clarity.
Post-nut clarity. It's fuck, what if I was wrong? Oh, God, no. Oh,
no. I shouldn't have done that. Cleanup Protocol 13.
Again, Captain, really?
See, you didn't call it 69, because that'd be too obvious.
True. Should have called it 96.
True.
Anyway.
Reverse 96.
So yeah, I think now we just go back to the Bridgenheimers. We're in the last 10 minutes or so now. Lots has happened. Lots of time has passed in the episode as well, like in universe episode.
Yes.
So yeah, Spock is just closing down that vent. Everyone is kind of silent, and obviously Spock has been kind of sussy-wussy towards Styles this whole time. He's like, racial profiling. So Spock just grabs the thing to get up, and he activates something, goes like, beep, 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 beep. It's almost comedic how loud it is. And so really, why does that even happen? I don't know. I found it more funny than tragic. This is like, wow, you really went with the loud beep as well. Like,
yeah.
And Styles beat is like, oh no. And Kirk realizes what's happening. He's like, no, it's fine. We'll handle this. Again, showing that why he is the Capitan. Yeah, and then we go to the Romulans. Like, we have a signal. It's like, all right, go get them.
Get them, boys.
And then we go back to the Enterprise. It's like, okay, just boot everything back up. I expect him to probably slip under us and attack us from somewhere else. So shoot another volley in that general direction again, and they hit them. And then the Romulan captain goes to him, he's a wizard. He's reading my mind. Which I found kind of funny as well. He's a wizard. He's looking straight into a mind. Like it's like he's like leaning onto the door, onto like a door frame. He's like really frustrated as well. It's like he's a wizard.
He actually said sorcerer.
Oh God, no! I'm so sorry. Actually.
You're a wizard, Kirk.
So, oh yeah, and then the Romulan commander is like, fuck, we can't really get away. And then he's like, hey, do we still have one of these nuclear missile devices? And it's like, yeah, okay, put more debris into things and put that missile in there as well, and then just floomp it out. Which they do. They check, it's like, oh no, it's still just some debris, but also some weird metal encased thingy. And Kirk already is like, oh shit, that's probably one of these rockets that were mentioned before. And he's like, quick point blank shot at that thing. You just see a huge explosion outside. Well, you don't see the explosion, it's just a bright light in the bridge. And yeah, they made the missile explode just like 100 meters in front of them. But as we learned earlier in this episode, it was like years and years and years and tens of years, hundreds of years even since.
About 100 years before.
Oh, okay.
Season 5 of Enterprise was going to show that war, and then they canceled the show before they could show the war, and then we were all very sad because they couldn't show the war.
Lame. So yeah, obviously, the reason I pointed out is their spaceships got much more durable, and even though it got blown up so close to them, they had like 20. I mean, they call it casualties. I don't know if they mean deaths or just people being wounded. Like some got knocked out. There's mostly like radiation burns, but only from people that were like on the outer side. But I don't think that's actually a big deal in the Star Trek universe. I think they can heal that stuff. I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I believe so. I'm not sure how, because I know 24th century is obviously going to have more advanced science than 23rd.
Sure.
But, dermal regenerator should be a thing by this point. I would have to double check.
Yeah.
Yes, should be fine.
Right. So casualty means person killed or injured. Okay. I never know if casualties means just dead people. So. There we go.
Yeah, I guess it depends on how the person is using it, because I think a lot of people would just use it to mean killed, but other times would be.
Hang on, is when they explode. Look at Uhura in the bag. So So she stands up and runs all the way over there.
Oh no! I think there must have been. Oh, look at Kirk as well.
Yeah, he goes like a floppy fish. It's like
Yeah. Oh my god! It's like in TNG, they shake the camera, and then the crew have to kind of and then the actors have to pretend that the shit was shaking. TOS, they just tilt the camera, and then the extras fall the opposite way of the tilt. Oh, it's great.
I just caught that while I was scanning through the episode. I was like, oh, that's funny. So yeah, now their plan is basically the Romulans like, hey, we have them, we got them. Now we can go home. And Kirk's like, well, I need them to come back to our side from the neutral zone because the Romulans are now in the neutral zone and the Enterprise is just out of it. And he basically tells Spock to, you know what, we're just gonna play dead and hope we can get them out of there. And I think at this point, the Romulan commander, captain, is like, nah, we're just gonna go home. But he gets convinced by one of his underlings. It's like, hey, they're at our mercy, basically, so we should probably finish the job. We have a job to do. And he goes like, well, if you don't want to do it, grant me the glory of the kill. He's like, no, we're gonna do it. It's gonna be under my orders. Ugh. Right, and then I think after that we hear that the weapons are not properly manned. There's only one person and no backup, and then starts like, oh hey, I was trained in that, so I can go down there. It's like, yep, you go. And Uhura is taking the controls of the ship, I think. I didn't know she was trained in that. I thought she was like only in the back row thingy there, whatever she does with the communications. I didn't know she can do that as well. That was kind of neat to figure out. Because I always because I mean I have very limited knowledge about this, and I always only knew her as the communications lady, you know.
Yeah, so it's and I had a big think about that actually when I was when that happened. I was just like, wait, shouldn't Sulu know he's on weapons? Shouldn't Spock know he's got science things? And I was just like, wait, there might actually be only one logical option for who can swap into that role.
Right. So yeah, Styles is down there. The Romulans are getting ready to attack. And then Spock is kind of, hey yo, you need some, everything cool? You need some help? And then Styles being racist again. We don't need help from you, Vulcan. I was like, whoa. Well, I was whoa, and Spock was like, yeah, okay, and leaves.
He's just like, you're a great big prick, but
yeah, you're a bit of
I'll leave you.
You're a bastard, but all right. So he leaves, and then they see, oh shit, the phaser coolant is leaking hard.
No. Oh no, and Mr. Groomsman's in there too.
Oh,
I hope he's okay.
I hope nothing bad happens to him. And then we see that the Romulans are about to attack, and Kirk is like, phasers now, but no one is answering because they are knocked out and they can't do shit. But Spock is still in the area, so he runs back, realizing something is off. So he goes in there, fires the phasers, and saves Styles apparently.
Oh my god!
But not the other one. The other one, I don't know. Unlucky.
He fisted himself.
Oh, what a bad time to do that. So yeah, they hit the Romulans with the full volley. I think I saw three shots on their ship there. Well, it's two. You see two. So they got.
So a meme just came in. A dank meme just came in.
Oh, is it on Twitter?
I just put it in the chat, but it was also upvoted.
I have it here. Hang on. It's from Gax. Oh, very good. That was me. Great characterization. Wow, pizza.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
That's getting a retweet.
Oh yeah.
Hey, the pizza was really good. Okay, I'm sorry.
I like the fake PNG as well for the pizza.
All right, yeah. Oh, love it. Good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. Let's see. We almost did it.
Yeah.
So yeah, they basically win the battle. They hail the Romulan, and the Romulan captain, commander, once more, but this time to Kirk himself, says, "Hey, I actually have like respect for you. Mad props. High five if we could." And
my homie.
In another world, you know, we could have been friends. And Kirk says, "Oh, just prepare to get the survivors on board. Like, it's no need to die, really." And he's like, "No, that's my duty. There's only one duty left, and that one is self-destruction." Which I think is actually mentioned early in the episode when they talk about
the atomic bombs are only meant for
Exactly, yeah. Those nuclear warheads, they use those only for self-destruction anymore. Yeah, and then the Roman commander dies with honor, I guess. Yeah, the Enterprise wins after a hard fought back and forth. They win the battle.
Yeah, and it's a good time. This battle between the two minds comes to conclusion, and there's this mutual respect between the two that is really, really appreciated. And this karma. Mr. Styles gets karma for his racism.
Yeah.
The racism, and Spock. And Spock, in his way, proves his loyalty to the Federation, if that was ever in doubt, by being the one to press the jelly bean that fired the phaser, which that kind of brings that full circle as well, I think.
Yeah. And also, that lady in red comes to Kirk's like, "Hey, command says they are behind the decision you make. You're good to go." It's like, yeah, we're all done, but cheers.
Yeah.
I guess it's a happy ending, except for one lady who was about to get married, but, well, that guy was actually the only one who died. And I think it's I actually think it's pretty fucking silly.
Only casualty.
It's the only casualty. I think you could have left this whole Mary thing out. It's just so at the end we have like this one line from Kirk where it says, "Well, after something like that happens, we need to have sense about this or something." It's like I could have done without this. Like that he's the only one who dies. It's like, come on.
You're serious right now.
It's really silly.
It's like, because they're trying to. I see what they're trying to do. They're trying to make it so that Kirk, because they're trying to feed into that scene with Bones where he's feeling the weight of leadership and stuff. But they did need it's a subplot that either needed to be bigger than it was, a longer episode, or it just needed to be excised entirely. Mm-hmm. Where it stands, it's a bit awkward.
Absolutely. Bit Weirdheimers.
Absolutely.
And yeah, that's the end of that episode. I like how Kirk after this just goes back to business. He just makes his way back to the bridge, and yeah,
Yeah, it feels like the credits music almost spoils this walk because it feels like this should be like either quiet or it should be somber, but instead it's like this jumpy music here.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, and that's the end of the episode. You got any more notes for this in between, or what you got anything?
I do not. Well, I could go into more detail, but I just realized I have to go in 2 minutes. So it's like
Oh, sure. No, you
we
have to go. Okay, okay.
yeah, I forgot that I have a Zoom appointment in 2 minutes that I forgot about while getting ready for this episode. So
Well, fine.
this is actually
I'll do
perfectly
super
timed.
chats alone then. Okay, fine.
It's a thing. It's a thing. Or I can stick around for super chats. I just I'll wait as long as I can, and then if you see a mute suddenly, you'll know why.
It's all good.
'Cause
It's all good.
yeah.
But yeah, those were the episodes. Those were pretty good episodes. I was very happy with those. It's good stuff. Good flimbuses. I enjoyed those. It's nice to watch something that's not actually terrible right after Ragnarok. Because that is gonna happen, because Ragnarok was really good, and I can't... I'm not looking forward to watch something really awful after I had that great experience. So that was nice. That was nice. That was good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. Right. Let me pop up those super chatteroonies. They were a couple. Clickety clack, flingety floom.
Clickety clack, get off my back.
Exactly. Let's see, where was that?
Ooh, that rhymed too.
You did it, Mortal. Who's it? Oh wait, that's from another Strumble. Callisto comes out in a week. It sure does. It sure does.
Yeah.
A teeth to the Streamführer for dropping Twitch. Yay.
Yeah.
Thanks for that super chat party. Another super chat by Neon. No, you don't celebrate it, but happy Thanksgiving to both you, Germantism and Aussietism. Hey, thank you. Appreciate that.
Thanks, babe.
Thanks for that. I got one from Justin. Fun fact, the golden sash that Core wears in this episode is the exact same costume prop that Worf wears in Season 1 of The Next Generation. I knew it looked familiar.
Yeah, I knew that it looked at least similar. I didn't know if it was the exact same one, but yeah.
That's cool.
Good thing. Yeah.
Is Meme too afraid to play Callisto Protocol? Probably. It's a spooky game.
Callisto Protocol, probably. Like, I made it to the first alien encounter in Alien Isolation, and then I immediately killed myself in real life, and then I came back. I didn't actually stop playing that game because I was too scared. It was more just things came up in October that I wasn't expecting, and then October passed, and it was like, oh, well, I want to play this game now. So that was why that stream hasn't continued quite yet. Maybe it'll be like an annual Halloween thing. I keep going back to Alien Isolation, and I played over the course of 5 years or something. I don't know.
Nice. Super chat from Nick. All of the eye candy in Star Trek, which is your favorite? I mean, I haven't seen all of the Star Trek, but let's see. I have trouble deciding between 7 of 9 and T'Pol.
Yeah.
Mootle,
7 of 9 for me.
I mean, 7 of 9 is the one I know. Let's see. T'Pol.
Yeah, she's a Vulcan lady.
Where's she from? From which one is that?
She's from Enterprise, so immediately after.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't think I've ever really seen her. I think I've seen the character.
Yeah. Like, Jerry Ryan in her prime, who played 7 of 9, would be like a great live-action Samus, I think.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I would need to see the shows first. I couldn't really decide.
Yeah.
I don't know. Where's the thing? Let's see. Another form from Party. black and white and like what 72p with film grain. Yeah.
Oh yes,
absolutely. And then we got another one from Party. Lost comms to Earth. Oh no, it's the Reapers. Quick, call the sexier version of the Star Trek crew. The Mass Effect crew. Shepard and Kirk are on it. Nice.
Yeah.
So,
man, Picard Season 1 rips off Mass Effect, thinking about it.
Yeah. Well, that's the lot. There we go.
Yeah.
Good stuff. It's how are you doing, German and me, man? I'm doing good. I'm getting tired because it's pretty late and I have to work tomorrow. But I had to do this on another day because I'm having friendo over tomorrow over the weekend, and we're probably gonna get drunk and stuff. So
yeah,
I don't have a time for a forge then. Work. Yeah, you wouldn't know anything about it, so well, it's fine. Get wrecked. Sad. Anyway, hey, this was fun. That was some good episodes.
Yeah.
I'm proud of you, Meme. You did it.
Oh, thanks.
Next stream when? I'll probably do some Strumblins on Sunday, I can imagine. It's probably gonna be Ragnarok. I don't want to play anything else before Callisto Protocol comes out. Probably just gonna start another playthrough and enjoy some more of the story. So yeah. Anyway. Right. I will Dead Space. Mauler's gonna play Dead Space. Go watch him play Dead Space. I'm not ready to move on from Ragnarok yet, okay? Fuck off.
Yeah. Yeah, let him rag his rock. That's sexual, right?
Sure. Oh yes, well I saw your message about Ragnarok. I actually need to check that out, what that buff might be. Yeah, I think usually wanted to play Dead Space before Callisto Protocol. I don't know when, but I know he has set it up to work. There's your little tease. But yeah, hey, thanks for hanging out. This was fun. Thanks for fleeming and fluming and for the super chats. I appreciate it. And I'll probably catch you all on the Sundays, Strumble, unless I'm too hangover. We'll see.
Yeah.
Anyway, good. Oh, Meme, you got anything to plug? Sorry, I almost forgot. You got your own gay stream, right?
Yeah, it's Stream Repository, 10 a.m. Australian Eastern Time every Wednesday, except for the last 2 weeks because things came up, and also like the topic was. We're doing a tribute to Kevin Conroy next stream. I had to do a lot of research and prep for that. So yeah, big feels for that one.
There you go.
But yeah, very big feels. But yeah, that's going to be fun. Join that. It's going to be good.
Yeah, all them links are down below for all the channels, all 3 of them.
Yeah. No. Yeah. That's basically it for me at the moment. Updates as coming. Yeah.
Very well. Go check that out, or Meme will find you and steal your blowhole.
Yeah. I'm going to pull it off your body. It's
just got home from Turkey Day and kicked up my feet, and you're at Super Chorms. Well, I'm already done with them. I'm already fleeming up. I'm sorry. It's in the week, so I have to go. I'm sorry, okay?
Yeah.
Anyway, I'll catch you all on Sunday or whatever. Appreciate ya, and I'll see ya.